Whoa, who said that? Man, what's the name? Man, you act like a piece of that Walmart. Man, talking to kids, you never need me to me. What? Man, that's what you saw. You saw the back of his side. You took his man up. Look like hell, man. You saw that? Man, truly jump it. Jump. Man, truly jump.
Children 15, 16, 17 to have babies. Not just in Flint pay for it, but all around Genesee County. And you know what I found? Because I did some research. I found out there's 173 foundations of those institutions. And that's where that man should have took that $500,000 back. Don't back it on the backs of the taxpayers. You go back 173 foundations. Tell me what taxpayers you might be able to. I'm barely in my home. Barely. But I just said to you our president, they put up 194 seniors out of their homes. And that don't include the thousands that are in their third year of taxes. That was the 194 that went over that. All places. All right, that was right here. 2014 to 2017, fight these morons with water. And then I get here 2 weeks ago, they want to give these concerned pastors some of this money. Listen, that's concerned pastors. They got their money from Snyder. When the ACLU hit them with a lawsuit, and he settled their lawsuit just to get him out of the landscape. And they never came back with us a landscape again. Because they got their settlement. The people of Flint ain't got nothing yet. But taking a promise. And then maybe another thing. This bad. It's work. I called my attorney today, and he called his pastor. Because he can't even work with us. And when my attorney can't work with you, what makes me think that you are going to work with us? That's a problem. Working on something else. I ain't gonna wait till I take my last breath and say, oh, there's a problem. No, I'm telling you, there's a problem. We gonna get it right. But I ain't even here till we get it right. With my last breath, I already swore to God, he's gonna keep me alive until we get this right. Because from 2014 until 2024, you count the years. You know how many of us are dead? You can't even count us. There's that many. And babies, this bill that they wanted to pass for $500,000 to help these babies have babies, yeah, these babies got issues because of the leaded water. That's how young they were when the leaded water poisoned them. Kids. So now we got kids that are poisoned by the leaded water having kids. don't want to see it like you. And so, as long as the Lord loves me, I really don't care who likes me. That's what it comes down to. Because I'm here for my constituents.
Hi,
That's all.
I'm just getting ready to start the meeting. Yeah. All right. Yeah, she's. All right, thanks. So 4. Willie, 4. With what's here, 4. 4 people.
That majority?
There's 2, 3, 4. There's 6 of us here. That's the majority.
The city of Flint never have been paid. The city of Flint water company, where they stole that money to pay Flint's bills. And I can take it way out back. I don't even know if
We
you
have
remember that. I remember it. I'll never forget it. What's that? Along with Eric Mays. We were up in that courthouse. We got that money back. I want to hear that you're going to work on getting us this $85 million to the people that were poisoned. I don't care about hearing what the lawyers are going to take first, because that's what my attorney told me yesterday, no, today. Oh, they decided they're going to pay the attorneys first.
So we can hear both sides, and then I did want to one more conference with, so we can hear both sides. I just want to hear both
Listen, all
sides.
these people, the deaf people from other states, help themselves. There's nowhere around. And either it's shared, and either it's not born,
So I don't want to lose it.
not to go on and on.
I'm just coming to see.
None of these people have to live what we're living. They got their 15 minutes in the newspaper and across the world, and they are out of their married life outside of it. Amen, they plan.
What I wanted to come.
Because I can't take what's going on with my fellow constituents. It is my number. All right, Mr. Sheriff, and you know what? Please know what I said. Please call me. Way better than these rocking chairs that they gave us. You know what? They bought these chairs so people would sit there long. And they bought their chairs so they could sit all night. Yeah, I'm waiting for that. The water prices. Stay here, 11:30. You know, yeah. And that was our number 5
There's nothing there yet.
Right. But they really.
Well, I kind of,
Yeah.
yeah. Where did Quincy go?
Whatever. You are not going in my checking account ever again. I will treat you like a six child.
The time is 5:18, and I hereby call this Finance Committee of the Flint City Council to order. Roll call, please.
Mr. Allen,
Present.
Ms. Lewis is not in. Mr. Murphy,
Present.
Ms. Priestley,
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Present.
Ms. is not absent. Mr. Shat,
Present.
Mr. Piper,
Present.
Mr. Irvin is not in. We have 6 members present.
There are 6 members present. I'm going to allow Ms. Donahue to make an announcement.
Sorry, Mr.
Alright, I just wanted to announce that the city council has an official YouTube channel, and we are launching officially, so it is official Flint City Council. That's what you look on YouTube, and the link to the website is on our webpage. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone knows that we do have an official Flint City Council YouTube channel. And meetings will be broadcast live moving forward, and you can also access previous broadcasts on that channel.
Thank you. Okay, I'm now asking for changes and additions to the agenda.
Yes,
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
I would like to, add on the agenda the, Flint Food Market at the end of the, resolution, or a special order to, we got some representatives here from the Flint Food Market that would like to speak today on, update of the funding request for the Flint Food Market.
I'll order that without objections to occur after the council budget hearing process.
Madam
Go
Chair,
ahead.
I do want to, because we were going to do the same thing, I do want to make sure that we put a time limit on that discussion.
20 minutes or 10.
No, 25?
Oh, 20.
20, all right.
Okay, 20 minutes. Okay, that's ordered without objection. Are there any other requests for changes or additions? Hearing none, we have a request for a closed executive session. Mr. Wallace?
Yes, the Law and Human Resources Department requests that the council go into closed session to discuss strategy and negotiations connected with the negotiation of the collective bargaining agreement with Local 1600 pursuant to MCL 15.2481C.
Okay, there is do I have a motion on the floor to go into closed session?
I move that we go into the
Support.
closed session.
Okay, it's been moved and properly seconded to go into closed session. Is, roll call vote, please, Madam Clerk. I'm sorry, I have discussion. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Allen,
Yes.
No discussion.
Ms. Lewis is not in. Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Mr. Irvin is absent. Ms. Michelle,
Yes.
Mr. Piper,
Yes.
Ms. Irvin is not in. Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no to go into closed session. We are going into closed session.
What? Hey, hey! Whoa! Man, what the? Whoa!
Madam Clerk, you don't have to sign.
Thank you. This is all peace. So it's not, she went 15 years ago, so it's not the children. She was growing up for the racial discrimination. White man said, you color people don't put your black hands on my baby. And they did, and they sued. And Miss Christie act like she might say the wrong thing. Like, what? Right now, I better stop right there because right now I'm America because everybody listen to every day, they have migraine headaches and they have no reason. They have whatever and they're preaching. But only preaching the real kill. And they give you a real taking your people. Open it.
That's all right, I'm going to play.
Oh, Quincy, I went to the store while I was in Grand Rapids, yes, on Monday. That's what we got.
How time you got it? What took you so long? What?
I think you're she's going to the restroom. She's taking it. Oh, you're back. Jerry. Thank you. All right. The time is 6:07, and I hereby call this meeting of the Finance Committee back in session. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alonso?
Present.
Ms. Lewis is absent. Ms. Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Crisler?
Present.
Ms. Ricciardi? Present. Mr. Shack?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Ms. Williams is absent. We have 6 members present.
There are 6 members present. Now is the time for public speaking. First of all, I'd like to remind people to turn off your phones or put them on silent, please. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes to address the City Council on any subject. The monitors are working. 3 minutes, I cut you off. No extensions. Go ahead, Mr. Mitchell.
Hello. Good evening, America. Here we is again at this unprecedented council meeting. And you see what happened last week. My name is R.L. Mitchell, by the way. And to you, Madam President, to Mashak. Mashak, we the people don't appreciate you for not letting Miss Muhammad speak last week when she had 4 of her comrades to speak, to interrupt if she wanted to. You didn't have to interrupt Tanya Burns and made her and jumped on her and took her out of her seat. You and Priestley and back to you, Miss Priestley. You said you've done 15 years in Hurley Hospital. That's where all that stuff began. When them registered, like I said, got a fiance, a bride there, a fiance there, but the whole, only 3 blacks, she was 3 of the blacks, all the rest of them was white. And the next day they jumped on her and they sent her to the doctor, and it was a sex doctor. And she told me, don't never tell nobody this. Her name was Marina Clark. I'm telling you, it's already over now because y'all on the private stuff. You ain't want, but this hip hop stuff is, I want you to answer me too. What is hip hop? Is this something, got this something to do with this sex stuff? Having the woman, she said the man had sex with her because I guess they done something to her and they figured she had to go to the doctor because she's a virgin. But and she turned into a preacher, a minister ever since then. Tell me that's what Hurley Hospital made out over something because she don't have to, them priest women don't have to have a man, all they do is go to get a sex doctor. And he was a Palestinian at that. And you up there agreeing with that stuff, trying to talk for Muhammad, and you up talking about you done 15 years, and you got the money bag, and stop from pressing money and stuff. Who you think you is? Holding up the whole city for 3 years? You gonna do that stuff again? We think not as a people. And Tanya Burns can talk for herself, but like trying to put her in a trick bag like Miss Muhammad is never in a trick bag. She can speak. We gonna see how she gonna speak tonight without. And you interrupting Tanya Burns. Who you think? Hey, and Murphy over there talking, but Murphy talked up for her. Good evening, America. That's my fault. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Evangelist Terry, Prophetess Terry. I just come to serve your notice on tonight from my father. He said that 6 number, you know what it is, stands for. 3 is powerful. He said, touch not my anointed and do my prophets no harm. Right. He said, y'all thought y'all took Mays, but he took him home to keep y'all rest. But now you're trying to play on another member. Had it on Facebook that she had passed away. God said, touch not is the number, it is anointed. 6 is the number of the devil. I want y'all to know, it's 3 left. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. 3 is powerful. Y'all need to watch out. I just want to serve you know, God told me to tell you that.
Amen. You're scared now,
Thank you. Anyone else?
Get back in your seat, sir. Oh my God, the preacher is your word. Thrill kill. I yield to the lady. Oh yeah.
Jan Marie Arbor, candidate for 7th Ward Council seat and resident. Yet again, the majority of this dysfunctional council body has voted to suspend Councilwoman Burns and to censure Councilman Pfeiffer on rather inconsequential allegations. Although persons within the 5-person majority have themselves consistently committed the same, similar, or worse offenses, the council president has overlooked them and denied applying appropriate action. Again, democracy has been interrupted for 9,006 Ward residents by denying their representative presence on this council dais. And the stage has been set for similar disenfranchisement of another 9,000 in Mr. Pfeiffer's 8th Ward. Harsh punitive actions of suspension and censure should be reserved for and applied to unethical council council members, those who violate the Flint City Charter Section 1-602-C.8, those members who solicited and/or accepted gifts that likely influence votes with a very expensive outcome. Harsh punitive action should be applied to council members who both give ARPA funds that benefit 501c3 organizations with whom they are affiliated. Harsh punitive action should be applied to council members who use taxpayer dollars to travel out of state to participate in an environmental conference on behalf of a local 501c3 having no relationship to City of Flint business. Instead, a buddy system exists among the majority of this body with favoritism reinforced by the city's chief legal officer and the executive branch. As a result, the appearance of corruption within this council has significantly diminished public trust, and rightly so. Efforts to recall elected officials are the response. Regarding council persons whose words may cause ire but imply no threat of violence, removal from a meeting is indicated as the appropriate action per Council Rule 32.2. Explain to the public then, Madam Chair, if you will, where censure and suspensions are documented as appropriate action rather than merely intentional reprisal. Now, as it regards the repugnant statements made during Interim Councilwoman Mushat's recent rant against Mr. Fiver and Miss Winfrey Carter, I extend to her the wise words of Mark Twain. It is better to keep one's mouth shut and appear stupid than to open it and remove all doubt. Thank you.
All I can say is amen, amen. To the presiding officer, to this council, my name is Reverend Freelon Threlkel Jr. I'm a longtime resident of Flint, Michigan, a graduate of Flint Central Indians, if there are any Vikings in the house. I'm here this evening I saw on TV that a proposal from the mayor's office about X amount of dollars for summer jobs for our youth. Again, I look at the mayor's office agenda and the council's reaction to his agenda or proposal is like the FBI. The appropriation of funds and distributing of funds is like the FBI. Friends, brothers, and in-laws. We taxpayers that are citizens here in Flint, long time, homeowners, we can't get a dime allocated to replace roofs, windows, to maintain our property so that it be beautiful. 50 years ago, if you remember, you could go to Michigan National Bank and get a home improvement loan with no problem. Yes. And look like we're having problems appropriating or distributing the money where it should go to be helpful to the citizens of Flint. And I know the young people need jobs. But it's time out. There's other things that monies can go to help the city of Flint to be stronger. And that is to help the citizens to be able to improve what they have. Taxpayers that pay taxes, we need to improve what we got. It's a shame to ride through the north end of Flint. I went up to a place up there, up on by Gracemound Cemetery, and I went west. Just took a little tour of the roads and the home. It's a war zone up in there. But we taxpayers, General Motors, pension people right here in Flint, we can't get a dime. We got to jump hurdles to get things to get done for ourselves. It's time that no longer you have this agenda, FBI.
friends, brothers, and in-laws.
My name is Gladys Williamson. I live over on McKinley, 9th Ward. I'm speaking right now about these chairs that you paid for. Then, see, you got brand new, you're all in our seats. Them seats are as hard as the welcome we get every time we walk through the door. Them seats say, hurry up and go home. That's what them seats say. We would have rather had them old chairs. At least they had some padding. These chairs say, go home. You aren't welcome. And now, about that MOP money that these people are going to come up and ask you to pass. That money, I had one of my delegate friends go online. And what she found was Flint alone has 173 foundations.
Wow.
173 foundations. And that don't include what Genesee County's got in foundations. That $500,000 that my children having children, you want to put it on the backs of the taxpayers? That money should be coming from foundations. We're talking just a couple. Hurley Foundation, Mott Foundation, Whiting Foundation, Uptown Flint Boys Foundation. Don't want to forget the Uptown Boys. And now, I'm going to ask you, like the Reverend said, think about the people that are being put out of their homes because not that they're making mortgage payments, no, their homes are paid for. These people are losing their homes after they become retired on a fixed income and they're being taxed out of their homes. You people are the arm to this administration in Flint.
Right.
And if you can't do for Flint and the homeowners of Flint, you need to get up out of our chairs. And another thing, and I'm speaking to you, Miss Judy Priestley.
That's the one with all the money. The money back.
Have you told the people on the east side that you're supposed to represent that if they look at the Flint master plan.
Thank you.
No, the Flint master plan don't even include the east side of Flint.
Time is up.
The Flint master plan don't include the people on the east side of Flint.
Wow.
My name is Valerie Direct. I'm not with that grant going towards them foundations or whatever that is, 501c, for the kids for the summer job, because everybody getting all this money, 50,000 here, 150 there, 30 here, 12,000. That's the money that's supposed to include that y'all do for y'all foundations. Y'all already, that's supposed to be included with the work. Y'all want us to give y'all more money so y'all can pay some kids to do the jobs in which y'all said y'all wanted that money for to do. And then the slave wages. You ain't finna get no kids to work $11 an hour, making what, $50, $100 a week. That ain't no money to no kid, 14, 15. They can't get them a pair of Jordans. That's just another way to put some money off into another 501c3 or whatever y'all want to call them, just to take more money out that pot. Y'all said the money that y'all have is supposed to cover that. It's a non-profit. So you get your volunteers and all the people, y'all back each other up so well, y'all jump on that $11,000 lawnmower and get the cut and pick the weeds and doing it all together. Because we cannot afford to get nothing else to another 501c. It is just too needy. It ain't nothing being done except to mow a lawn, but $5, $6 for gas. We not seeing no benefits. We not reaping for no benefits for none of this stuff. It's just time to quit playing. If you're going to steal the money, just go ahead and take the money. Quit trying to cover it up with little license, LLCs and all that. People is really, really fed up and tired. It's just to the point where you can't ride down the street. Your car gonna be broke. You can't get police half the time. Blight everywhere. We look like we live in a third world country. It's just like, and you can't tell me some of y'all live in some of these neighborhoods and see that and don't be like, man, I really gotta get this together. We really gotta clean up this neighborhood. I'm just saying, that's what the youth questions to do for them kids in the summer, and they pay them good $16, $17 an hour. Y'all can't get rid of one foundation and then rip off the ARPA money to pay because they don't want to do it no more. Y'all got to get that together because we are sick and we are tired. So just get it together.
Is there anyone else? Okay, here I see one.
Yes.
Amen.
My name is LaWanna Terry. I'm from the first ward. First thing I want to say, Mr. Alameen, I don't know you very well, but what I do know, the crooked five pick you, please don't be like them, because I will be down here on your head, just like I be on here. Next thing I want to say, my 12-year-old daughter came to me and made a statement. She said, Mom, you know the reason they kicked Miss Tanya off? I said, why? She said, because if they only got 8, they only need the foolish 5 to make the vote. If they got 9, they need 6. But the teacher ain't here, but I don't think she know math very well. The doctor ain't here, don't know how she got that doctor's degree, because the math ain't mathing. So if the 12-year-old can figure it out, something wrong with y'all.
Come on. Give me your extra time.
No, I can't take it.
Anybody don't want their time?
Hello, my name is David Gardner, and first off, I just want to thank Mr. Alameen for coming in. I work for the Flint Housing Commission, and I thank him for what he did for the Flint Housing Commission. He suspended IED. So I hope you being here, that as well as you took care of Flint Housing, you will take care of this here. You won't go in for the hokey doke with the 5 people on this board. All right. If you got to meet, please don't meet with the mayor by yourself. Don't do it. Yeah. Don't do it. Don't do it. Be your own man. You are your own man. If you don't see something right and you vote with it, don't vote with it. It's not. You are your own man. I like what you do. Right. I'm for what you do. So that's all I want to say. And then another thing is that look at what Saginaw is doing with that ARPA money. Wow. They gave them a furnace. Come on now. And they gave them windows. Now they giving them windows now. And roofs. That's right. And roofs. They pushing that ARPA money to the people. Look at Saginaw. Some of them got caught a while back with their hands in the cookie jar and they released them. But when that ARPA money came up, they started pushing it out to the people. Take notes, see what they're doing. If you see what they're doing and pushing that money to the people, that's what you got to do. Like they said, don't give this money to these people that's out here with these 501Cs and all of this, even the land bank. Well, you give them the land bank all that money. Land bank is non-profit. And they making money because they will not let the poor people buy their houses. They let these people come out of town and buy up the houses. Look at the color of the houses around here, the new siding around. That's what people from out of town buying up. You won't be able to rent one of those houses.
That's right.
So go out there, take notes, be honest with yourself. when you do stuff, okay? Just be honest. If you be honest with yourself,
Yeah.
you'll be all right. Because that man upstairs looking down at you. He knows what you do. You can go in the closed doors, closed section, whatever. When you come out with a lie don't care who tells.
That's right.
So when you come out right, people. That's all you gotta do, come out right. Like I said, thank you again, my brother. Thank you.
Amen.
Come on, brother.
James Hill, second ward. First off, I want to say thank you to all of the residents for coming out and speaking up. And I don't want to sound like I'm picking on Mr. Eldeen since he's new, but I know that you are a builder and I respect that here in the city of Flint, but there are some jobs that are unfinished. I'm not sure if they're paid all the way, most likely they are, and have already done, but we need to call them back to finish the work. I'm sick of half-done ass work in the city of Flint. Over there at Hasselbrink, they put a new road between Holmes and DuPont. There's a school on the corner, Hasselbrink, which is a senior citizens refuge, and one house on the end of the block. And they put a Band-Aid job. They didn't do no infrastructure. They didn't replace no pipes. They just put a nice road, and if it's smooth, we won't say anything.
Yeah.
But the driveway, the entry driveway between the street and the sidewalk, it looked like the San Andreas at fault in LA. It looks like an earthquake zone. Wow. It's only about 10 feet, and between 9 seats. Y'all should be able to find a way to get some contractors to donate as much as money as they get out of the city of Flint and get some concrete out there for the seniors who built this city and fix that driveway.
Thank you. He yielded his time.
You have no speaking up.
Listen, the man yielded his time
There's
to
no
me.
yielding of time.
When did that become a
It is
law?
in our rules.
You show me that in your rules.
If you look on the agenda, it says only one speaking opportunity per speaker. That's it.
So
You
when
have
we
to sit
dealt with
down,
the
ma'am.
water, we could yield our
Ma'am, you
time.
must
So
sit
this
down.
must be a new law.
Ma'am, this is your warning.
Yep. Oh, now you're gonna give me a warning.
Hey, check this out.
You gonna call the police like you did on the.
Y'all, we're gonna get it done. Why you black? We're gonna make it.
That's right. New rules.
How you guys doing? I just wanted to come and express my support for the youth summer job funding. You know, I just thought about it, a lot. And between the ages of 14 and 15, it was nonprofits that employed me here in the city of Flint. While I wasn't necessarily focused on Jordans, I was highly focused on things like driver's training. Driver's training cost about $300 to $350, and that's what I spent my money on. My first car that I got when I was about 15 and 11 months was a $753, and yes, it was the $3 he made me pay. It was $753. That's how much my very first car cost, and it lasted about 6 months. So I just wanted to come and express my strong support for that because these youth need it. They do. Between the ages of 14 and 18, they don't have any options. And the nonprofits, they really do look out for the youth, especially when it comes to work, and they show them around they show them around the way for a lot of different things.
Hold this time. Please be respectful of the public speakers so that we can hear them, we cannot hear. And make sure your phones are silenced. Thank you.
But yeah, I'll just end it there, because I know there's not many youth who come here, but I'm still considered a youth, so I just wanted to say that, they definitely need it, and they're definitely looking for it. I can name 10 off the top of my head who look for it. We're looking now for summer jobs. And the first place that they typically look is, like I said, fast food restaurants, but they typically don't like to start hiring until about 16. So it really is the nonprofit organizations that are where, you know, a lot of them will go. The Communities First Inc. I know my sister did a job here last year after completing Team Quest it was. So that's where it's at, you know. So definitely vote for that. They need it. They'll appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Walaikum assalam.
You need to speak up, please.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening. My name is Allison Montgomery Littlejohn. I am a former resident of Flint, and I currently reside in Burton. I would like to extend, firstly, my condolences to the family, colleagues, and friends of Councilman Eric Mays on his transition. I have been a licensed social worker in the city of Flint since 2009. And one thing that I encourage my clients to do for the betterment of themselves, family, and community is to advocate for their needs and against all forms of oppression. This advocacy includes encouraging my clients to partake in public speaking, excuse me, at the Flint City Council meetings. However, due to the recent Flint City Council meetings that I have watched from home, I am reconsidering referring my clients to the council meetings. I am deeply concerned about the lack of safety that residents have during these meetings. I have witnessed the following health hazardous behavior and conduct. A council person standing over another council person, a white supremacist agent in the audience harassing a council person by way of verbally gesturing at them as if they are a dog, at least 5 police officers surrounding a community activist who is a Black man, 2 council people verbally attacking and bullying a council person that nearly ended in a physical altercation, a council person speaking to another council person in the most vile and gutter manner, 2 council people allowing for the discriminative treatment of their colleagues to occur by remaining silent and without disciplining the perpetrators. How uncouth, how niggardly, how disrespectful, how embarrassing, how unprofessional. With all of the academic degrees and accolades on city council, I would expect professional behavior. With all of the prayers and Christianity on city council, I would expect an elevation of moral conduct. I am convinced that the city residents, along with a minority of council people, are in a domestic violence relationship with the majority of the city council. There is verbal abuse, emotional and mental abuse, as well as financial abuse with the questionable use of the ARPA funds. The display of inappropriate behavior is an ethical violation and adds to the oppression and hopelessness that many of our community members have, as well as it adds to the stereotypical perception of an impoverished community. I hear you, ma'am.
You must
Thank
stop.
you.
Thank you.
Please be respectful.
Ma'am, your time is up.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak before council?
Hello, so my name is Trina Callahan. I have family members. I have family members that are here in the Flint area and near Kettering. I live here behind the Kettering Hospital. I have family over on the east side of Flint. I drove in the areas of the north of the Flint, and every time time I come to a meeting, I'm new here at these Flint City Council meetings, but every time I come to a political meeting, I brought my young children with me. And just, so you know, they're here tonight, and the purpose and why I'm bringing this up is that they have had the same complaint, and they just turned 8, 9 years old. They've had the same complaint that I heard this evening from a number of the residents here, which is, Mommy, why are these houses all burnt up? Why are they all painted up? How are you going to fix that yet? It was like that last week. Wasn't it like that last year? Yes, it was. There's a problem, and if I have a 7 and 8 year old that can recognize this problem, it's grotesquely out of order, and it's up to the people that are elected and put up on this seat to be paying attention to what's going on for the city of Flint. Okay, there is a huge problem with that. So part of what I wanted to say as well is that after looking a little bit into the Flint Chamber of Commerce, which I'm not sure how deeply embedded you are with them, they have a project that they've been working on in which these residents here should know about. The reason why you're complaining so much, many decades ago, the first things I noticed as a Flint resident was our schools left. And when our schools started shutting down, we just thought it was a great thing because now we could send our kids to any school we wanted to. But guess what? They used it to their advantage. It was a joke on us. What they did is they closed the schools down to help move the kids outside of the school, or outside of the city. And now you see all these schools that are shut down, like Flint Central, what they did School of Choice, Flint Northern, all these schools are being shut down and moved away. Where are these kids at? Where are they going to school? Okay. Now I'm going to tell you what I've been reading on recently is that there is a project to renovate Flint and make that into college town instead of an auto industry. So where are your jobs going? They ain't coming here, that's for sure. But guess who they will need are all the teenagers. Okay? So they get these teenagers in these little summer jobs, and they can just help to keep programming them to go in the opposite direction of which you would like to raise them to have a good life and some freedom for themselves and the family.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other comments?
Good evening, colleagues who voted lawlessly and recklessly. I'm going to finish what Ms. Littlejohn did not have an opportunity to wrap up because I am for and I stand with the residents. Her last statement, so that we can have clarity, she was stating, this display of inappropriate behavior is an ethical violation and adds to oppression and hopelessness that many in our community members have, as well as the stereotypical perception of an impoverished community. Flint residents are desperately in need of care after the hardship of employment, the water crisis, COVID-19, and need care for the council and need for the city council to care for their elected and voted in by the people. They should not be going against the people.
Right.
The last meeting that I watched, it was deplorable after I left. My conduct is not unbecoming. I've never called anyone, and I'm sorry if any of the people who are offended, I've never called anyone a bitch. I've never done that. I was referred to as a bitch because I intervened in a situation to de-escalate it when Councilman Pfeiffer was sitting in between the council member in the 7th ward and the councilwoman in the 2nd ward refused to go back to her seat, when she was violating Rule 9.4. You have to be in your seat. That entire time, the both of them badgered him. They race-baited him. It was chaos. And their mics aren't on so you can't hear them. He doing something as if they were trying to cause harm. And then what did we get over the next weekend? Councilwoman Liddell Lewis stated, I'm being bullied. She's race-baiting this community.
That's right.
She's allowed to do it. It's not a race issue. It's a behavioral issue with her. Something's wrong with her. Y'all don't have the courage to speak up for yourself, the foolish five. Surprisingly, to put on there, my behavior, I'm fine with that. I didn't cuss any of you. You weren't able to get me out of character because I don't give you that. You didn't make me, so therefore you can't break me. And that's something you have to understand. But when you start exposing people getting $1,500 checks, $11,000 lawnmowers, $4,750 from companies doing business with the city of Flint, voted to give $72 million tax abatements, voted to give $3.5 million to the company that gave you a lawnmower that's in your possession. And yes, Pussy Murphy, I'm talking to you.
That's right.
I'm talking direct. So I expect this. I'm built for this. I'm designed for it. I'm not worried about it because I've seen it coming. The hell that you made the council made, and they do be the one that's suffering.
Hello, I'm from the 7th Ward, New Shacks Ward, and I want to do what I see everybody else come up here and do. Hi, I'm from the 7th Ward, and I just want a new sign over at the end of my street for $50,000. Give it to them. That's all y'all doing. That's right. I'm looking at these resolutions. Y'all want to give people that own their house up to $2,000 to get legal assistance. No, keep them in their house, like you in your house. And before I forget, Miss Priestley, you talking awful strong tonight. When Miss Lewis getting in your case, that's when you need to be talking. And when they over there ganging up on Mr. Piper, you need to be seeing and you need to be hearing. And then I'm looking, y'all coming up with stuff to give away money. McKinley Park. Who gonna play in that park with that dangerous school building right there? And then I'm looking over here. Okay, the police are already getting a new training center, all this money. Then you're over here, they get invested in everything else over here. Then, y'all coming out your butt trying to give people money. But the people, okay? You got in that seat saying, you know what? Before I forget this too. The other night, before they appointed Mr. Elamine, I started to say when I got up here and spoke. Spoiler alert, Elamine, we already knew. Bought and paid for it. But you know what? Anytime you do something wrong, you can start doing something right. You can start today. Do not be bought and paid for it. Because in the end, when you got to go stand before you know who, they ain't gonna be with you. This meeting is going on all right. Ain't no frivolous, that's a frivolous point of order. That's a frivolous. Oh, that's not a rule. You can't stack a pill upon a pill. And y'all just sit right there, knowing it's wrong. So, I'm going to tell you, Miss Mouchette, you ain't got to look at me, but you out of here.
I'm going to keep this very brief. We already know what the problems are. It's time to look for solutions. And the biggest solution that we're going to address first, recall coming to a neighborhood near you soon. Third ward question, recall passed. The demon's not here, but Liddell Lewis, recall has passed. So get your pens ready. If you don't have one, we will have one. We will be in your neighborhood soon.
Is there any other public speakers? Any other?
What do I have to say? My name?
Yes, to speak up?
Okay. My name is Brooke Boyer, and I just wanted to read this. If you were not aware, we are in a war, and have been for several years. It should become much clearer as the days pass, and you are left with a failing economy, a massive grocery bill, and your local politicians are handing out your tax dollars by the millions, but never doing anything for the community they were elected to serve. There are many things happening in Flint, Michigan that most residents are not aware of. We would like to help fill in those missing pieces of Flint's destruction and show you how to educate your neighborhoods. Time is of the essence. Forewarning, politicians do not want you informed. The letter behind their name is irrelevant. Most are working in tandem as a uniparty to deceive the citizens of their constitutional rights. They have all the power they need to destroy your life when you are not educated, not informed, not engaged, not enraged, and not emboldened. These meetings will help provide you and your communities with tools and resources to stand up strong. We hope to see you there. And I have a clipboard if you want to sign up for any information on these meetings.
Is there anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing no movement, it's now time for council response. Council members shall have 2 minutes to address any public concerns. Is there anyone who wishes to address the public?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you so much, and I want to thank all the speakers for coming and speaking. But let me address these issues with the naysayers that come here week after week and hit the podium. It's easy to come and hit this podium and talk negative about what you think our motives is. One thing, and the young lady talked about the recall. Yes. I bet you any amount of money that my work speaks for itself. And you can go out there and solicit the community, and I will ask anyone to go to Dewey Park and look at the great work that we have done in Dewey Park. That's because my hard sweat, tears, and dedication over the last 20-some years of the work that I've been doing. So I ain't just up here because I'm just here. I'm here because my work speaks for itself. You can turn your back, and all the people that's standing up that got their backs, I bet you 9 times out of 10, not one of them have came out and picked up a shovel or rake or anything and did anything to do anything in the community to help any kind of movement that we have done. And as a result, they got the audacity to come here and sit down here and talk about what they've done. And for the young man that spoke about the youth needing jobs, I had young kids working for us in the community. So I support what you're talking about and what you're trying to do and supporting employing young people. We have to stay focused on doing positive things in the community, and it is easy to jump on a bandwagon and to talk about what somebody ain't doing. And we supported Leon Elamine because out of all the candidates, including the candidate that just got up here and spoke about the recall, he was one of the candidates that work speaks for itself. So that's why we voted for him.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? Yes. Go ahead, Mr. Murphy. The audience will please come to order, please, and no yelling out.
First, I would like to thank all of the residents, all of the public speakers. Thank you for coming forth with your insight, your concerns, your comments, your opinions. Thank you. I do want to say that I echo the sentiments of the speaker, Ms. Littlejohn. Everything you said in your speech, I echo it. Okay? You touched on it. I also want to touch on the opera funds. I want to say this. I feel like we had enough funds to take care of everybody in this room. Everybody should have gotten a piece of the pie. We should have taken care of the residents first as far as their home improvements. We have enough money to take care of all of the different organizations, the various organizations, our infrastructure, everything. But you know what, in my opinion, it was not allocated right. It was not divided up right. Because the residents, you should have gotten more than $5 million for home improvements. If you drive through this city and see all of the tarps on the roofs, we needed more than $5 million. And the residents still haven't been able to get anything done, like Saginaw. A young man touched on what's going on in Saginaw. We're not even there. I haven't seen any work done as far as home improvements. Thank you.
Anyone else? Go ahead, Mr. Piper.
Thank everybody for coming out as well. I think that getting the feedback from residents and whether you disagree or agree or whatever, hearing from the residents, like I said before, there's more chairs out there than there are up here. So hearing from the residents and making sure that we do as the residents want and what they desire, their city. They voted us in, and I don't think that that's what's happening. That doesn't, a good portion of this body doesn't vote in favor of the residents. They vote in favor. And it's a shame because, like I said, once in a lifetime ARPA money is going, in my opinion, going more for favors, political favors, than it is the residents.
That's right.
As far as the tarps on the roof and home improvements, we allocated $5 million. I can't tell you, and I don't think anybody on this council can tell you, because there hasn't been a press conference of any of that money actually being used on a resident's home yet. I promise you that the first house that gets a roof or windows or something, there will be a press conference, and it's been, what, 2 years since we've allocated that money?
Almost 3.
We got it, like, 4 years ago. So yeah, we're all waiting to see those funds be put to use even a little bit. We're all anticipating when those will be spent.
Any other comment from council? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I move that we approve the consent agenda with any separations.
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded to approve the consent agenda. Does anyone, yes, Mr. Murphy has separation.
I would like to separate resolution 240000, the assistance for the city of Flint resident foreclosure and possible eviction. I also like to separate resolution 240089, reallocation of ARPA funds for BIPOC emerging developer program.
He's still looking.
Sorry. Resolution 240-100, reallocation of ARPA funds for property disposition, staffing, economic development program manager, 3 position.
That's 240-100.
Yeah, that's what I said.
You got it.
I got it.
That's all right.
I don't want to separate that.
We can't
I know
hear.
my colleague is going to separate that one, so I'm gonna let one of them, do that one right there. Resolution.
We can't hear.
Resolution, point of order.
Ma'am,
Point of order.
what's your point?
I'm trying to concentrate on my,
Man, speak in the mic. Hey, what you think you doing? Sorry, boy. Say what's up. Sound like a nerd up there.
RL?
What?
Go ahead.
Resolution 240-082.1, approval of the obsolete property rehabilitation exemption certification of Oprah for the Carr Street project. That's resolution, it's on page 6. Resolution 240-082.1.
821.
Resolution 240123, reallocation of ARPA funds for the mental health referrals and services support Flint Odyssey House Incorporation. Resolution 240124, reallocation of ARPA funds for youth job training, City of Flint Clean and Safe Summer Youth Job Training Program, and that's it for me.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I'd like to separate resolution 240075, which is the allocation of ARPA funds for my children's health center. I'd like to separate, that's page 2. I'd like to separate 240078, which is the contract for road professional services, for line replacement, exploration and restoration project. I'd like to separate 240088, which is the allocation of ARPA funds for police department police training. I'd like to separate 240097, which is the contract for 123 service. I'd like to separate 240098, which is the contract for main entry service. I'd like to separate 240120, which is the contract for Ernst & Young management of ARPA funds.
I skipped the page, that's all right, go ahead.
I'd like to separate 240121, which is the substance for amendment, City of Flint Coronavirus Aid Relief and Economic Development Security Act for Community Development Block Grant. That's all, Madam Chair.
Any other separations?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
240101.
Okay.
And 240115.
Okay.
And that is it.
Any other?
Yes.
Go ahead.
What was it?
115.
Madam Chair, one more.
Oh, what was that?
240116.
116?
I
Okay.
knew it was coming. None.
Okay, Madam Chair, my colleagues separated, so let me do this. I have 240118, 240119, and 240122.
Any others?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
240114.
All right.
Madam Chair, I think I.
Okay, 240114. Okay, the consent agenda consists of the following. 240096, contract to Genesee County Youth Corporation Street Outreach Activity for Emergency Solutions Grant Funds. Contract with KMI Road Maintenance for sidewalk replacements. 240117, Angel Armor for armor vests. And that's it. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Shad?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. Those will be sent to council. Our first separation is 240000. Entertain a motion.
Yes, I would like to move to keep this in finance.
Okay, is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded to keep resolution 240000 in finance. Any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I have had, several people reaching out to me to help want to work on this and build a coalition. A young man, named Keyshawn, Allah, I believe that's his last name. We were at the, Civil Rights Commission public hearing that they had at my community college, where they talked about, housing and, the lack of funding and all of that for, just across the state of Michigan, and they've been going around doing. And Keyshawn was one of the speakers who spoke there. Not only that, I've known him for some years. I think he used to work with the Democracy Defense League, Claire McClain and Laura McIntosh. So he is so dedicated, and he's an advocate for those 190 homes. He spoke on that at the Civil Rights Commission. And I listened to the legal service of Eastern Michigan talk about the residents who have been reaching out to them that lost their house with the 190 homes. So because we all have not connected Catholic Charities, Legal Michigan, we are working to try to put together a meeting where all of us can meet and see what will be the best resolve before I come back to council and be like, okay, this what makes sense. Because residents, some of those 190 residents has been getting assistance from the legal services of Eastern Michigan, but they limited in funding and what they can do and help support those residents. And this is case by case. So all of the 190 homes that were lost, those cases are all not the same. So before we come and not draft something or work with you guys to figure out what that looks like, I'd rather have a further discussion with legal services and Catholic Charities, who may be willing to serve as the fiduciaries to handle these cases. Because Catholic Charities has dealt with families who have lost homes because they had to abruptly move or leave a premises. That's why I want to keep this in mind.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Piper.
I hear you, Mr. Murphy. But we've already been told that this one is illegal. So I would say that maybe bring forth something else that we can have action on instead of keeping this one on there that we can't act on because we've already been told it's illegal. So having
point of information.
Which point?
To you Piper, you said we've been told that what's illegal. I'm not sure. I'm not clear what when you're saying illegal, what?
Well, I'm not gonna, because that was a legal opinion. I'm not gonna say anything other than what you brought forth, or whoever brought forth, I don't know, I'm assuming this.
I brought this forth.
So, we've been told that the language in this is illegal and we can't act upon it.
The language in what?
This resolution.
That's why I told you, I haven't heard nothing in that is illegal.
Okay.
What you gonna do, Murphy? What you gonna do?
I don't.
Okay, well, it's out.
So you said a resolution that I run to try to help assist residents, the 190 residents that lost their home through foreclosure, is illegal for us to do all things necessary to see what we can do to help them.
These aren't my words, Mr. Murphy. These are the words of the city attorney. So I'm not putting my opinion out there. That's what the opinion of the city attorney is. And if you recall last time, I wanted to have more discussions in the public sphere with the city attorney. So I wish that this went to a Monday meeting so we could have it with the city attorney. So I'm not going to support keeping it here because we can't act upon this.
This is now getting beyond point of information, so let's go ahead.
I thought it was back on my time. It's my time.
Somebody go get Tony.
I'm sorry, I was thinking it was still Mr.
No, it's my time.
Go ahead and
So
start the clock.
I'm not going to support keeping it here because the current language that we have, we can't act upon it. So until something else is brought forth that we can act upon, I don't see why we can keep this resolution here. If we want to add a discussion item to keep the conversation open, I'm all for that, but to have a resolution to keep on here that we can't act upon, it doesn't make sense to me. So I will not be supporting this current motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Go ahead, Ms. McFarland.
Yes, Madam Chair. I hear what Councilman Murphy is saying as well as Councilman Pfeiffer. So I'm gonna make an amended motion to drop resolution 240000.
Postpone indefinitely, ma'am?
Postpone indefinitely, but make this a discussion item so that we can keep it on the agenda until Councilman Murphy do another resolution or whatever we need to do.
So that's part of your resolution, is to make it a discussion item?
Yes, part of the motion.
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded by Mr.
Madam Chair, I know there's no discussion item, but I just want to request, Madam Clerk, can you make sure that Mr. Alameen has that legal opinion? If he doesn't, because I think it's relevant to this discussion. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any other discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
So here's what I'm at, and I want to be clear about this situation. I want you guys to get this. 190 homes were lost for foreclosure and were bundled through the land bank. Hold on, not the land bank, excuse me. 190 homes were bundled together and sold. Usually what happens is when a house is lost to foreclosure, it goes up for sale. And if those homes not sold, but they not sold in a bundle like that, this time, for whatever reason or another, they were bundled together. So even if I was a family member or a friend and somebody lost their home and I wanted to try to buy it for them to get it, if I didn't have $1.5 million, I couldn't stand a chance. So that just eliminated a whole bunch of other minority businesses or owners, private residents, or whoever wanted to buy these 190. So therefore, you got these people locked in 190 homes that they can't do nothing, their hands is tied. Because the houses are sold to one developer. And I met with them. This ain't nothing that I came up with. I met with them, and when I met with them and heard what they were saying and how this happened, this ain't secondhand information. That's why I tried to come and bring something to the table to try to see what I could do to try to help them that might have to move out their house. Because at the end of the day, they still have to move out their house. But what concerns me with some of you guys is that when you got struggling families out there that's struggling and need some help, and we got the power as a council, and we got $94 million that came in here from ARPA funding, how come we can't find no money to help these residents? So I am concerned that when we go and put these letters and asking the lawyer for an opinion because we want to make sure we do things to block these people from getting some help, that concerns me. And I ain't looking at what you're talking about when you hit this podium. I'm looking about what you're doing behind closed doors when you're pushing this computer and you're sending emails and stuff to people to try to help stop this from happening, from helping these families that's struggling. You don't know what they're going through. So I'm saying to y'all, I'm watching y'all, I'm hearing y'all. And as a council person, I'm not going to sit here and don't do nothing knowing what happened. Hey, thank you too.
Get Michelle, yo. What's your
Please speak. Council, there has to be order in this chamber so that we can hear each other. Thank you. Go ahead and speak.
Mr. Murphy, you're not saying anything that I haven't said before. I mean, the whole...
Excuse me. It's a new motion. No. Go ahead. Sorry. Can he get his 3 minutes back?
I'm fine.
Okay.
I hear you. There's just ways that we have to do things, and I didn't ask for the legal opinion. I don't know who asked for the legal opinion on this. So, but since the legal opinion was made and it said what it said, I think that we have to maybe look at this in a different way to help these folks out. And I'm just saying that it's apparent that this way that the language in this resolution isn't going to work. I'm not saying that it's off the table or anything like that. I'm saying that the language on this resolution isn't legal according to the attorney. So that's all I'm saying. I've been an advocate against the land bank and what the Treasury Department over at the county has been doing for decades. You can't drive down any street in this city and tell me that the land bank has done good for this city.
Thank you.
But the land bank isn't part of this. It was the treasurer and their process. So until we can get over to the treasurer and tell them to stop bundling them. I don't know how else you fix it, so I'll yield back the rest of my time.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Ricardo.
Councilman Murphy, I hear your passion, but you know what? We didn't say that we're not in support of helping the people, okay? In fact, when this resolution came before us, I said, no, I think we need to be helping people financially instead of sending this to the Eastern Michigan, to lawyers. We need to be able to help them financially. I made the resolution in hopes that we can keep this as a discussion item, okay? And so that you can refer the resolution so that we can be able to vote on getting the people the help that they need. No one said we're not in favor of helping the people. So I don't know why you had your rant over there. I don't even understand it. But we're not against helping the people. We're not against helping the people. Let's add this as a discussion item, postpone this resolution, come back with a fresh resolution. That's all I'm going to do.
Any other discussion? Any other? Seeing none, I will take my time. Mr. Murphy and I have had this discussion over this resolution several times, and yes, I was the one who requested the legal opinion, and I copied Mr. Murphy. He knew I was asking for that legal opinion, and he's known about my concerns about this resolution. I have asked that, out of concern to, in deference to Mr. Murphy, I left it on the agenda. I can't take it off once it's on, but I wanted to postpone it indefinitely. I just feel that it's not worked out enough, and that needs to be better worked out and gone through the legal process and presented to the legal department to make sure that it's a good use of, a lawful use of funds, as well as through our compliance firm, because based on the resolution, they can't determine if it is a valid use of ARPA dollars, which is what this resolution is asking for. So we do have to have that because we are liable for any money that is spent inappropriately. So I am going to support postponing it indefinitely. Seeing I'm the last one to speak, roll call, Madam Clerk, to drop resolution 240000 indefinitely and to add a discussion item to the next finance agenda.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Ricardo?
Yes.
Ms. Shaq?
Yes.
Mr. Piper?
Yes.
Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That resolution is postponed indefinitely. The next resolution is 240075. I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Michelle.
I'd like to make a motion to 240075, reapplication of ARPA funds, not children's health and council.
Okay, is there support?
I support.
Okay, it's been moved and properly seconded to move 240075 to council. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms.
Madam Chair, I don't know if there's someone here who can speak to this resolution. I just have a question about, so part of this.
Ms. Doris coming forward.
Thank you, and as you walk up here, and I just want some more clarification on. It says a foundational element of this program will be the mobility of services. Creating an ambulatory component will improve access to prenatal and maternal services throughout the city. What do they mean by that? What does that component entail? What does that look like?
Good evening, Council. My understanding is that one of the things they've proposed is to have, being able to provide, if someone, pregnant mother who is unable to have transportation to get there as part of the program to get her and her unborn baby the care that they need, they could be coordinating to get them rides, and we will help you for that.
And so this will be throughout the pregnancy or at a certain point in the pregnancy, or?
My understanding is that it would be for the point when, I guess the point at which she knows she's pregnant and needs to start having care. So my apologies, I did not ask them to come today because they were here for quite a while 2 weeks ago. So.
Okay, so throughout the pregnancy?
That's my understanding, correct.
Okay. I think that was my only question for this one. I just didn't understand when they were saying ambulatory services, what that meant exactly. So, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion?
Yeah, Madam
Go
Chair.
ahead.
I'm just gonna put it out there. I will not be voting, to approve this resolution. And I gotta be fair.
Come on.
Miss, Sylvester, they came to us several times. For funding. For a project that they wanted to do as far as helping, pregnant mothers. And the reality of it is, okay, we just gave our ex-kids $1 million. There are so many organizations that's helping. It's a lot of services out there that's already doing what my children's health center want to do. Shouldn't they already have funding to do the programs that they want to do? To me, it's just a quick way of trying to get some money. And I'm just sorry. I'm just sorry. We gotta cut this off. Now, this is not to say that I am not in favor of helping pregnant mothers or none of that. But there's already a lot of services out there. So I will not be supporting this. I'm sorry.
Any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr.
I have a question. Is this the same organization that just received $5 million to support this initiative?
No, this is not the same. I do not believe so. Just a second, let me look. $5 million? I'm gonna warn everybody over there because I cannot hear the discussion.
I'll appeal the ruling.
I did not give issue of
You just said.
I said I will. If I can't hear the discussion, I said I will. I did not issue.
But you can't even say you will.
Go ahead.
Yes, is this the organization I just seen in the news recently received, I believe, additional $5 million?
Renewal?
Additional funding, like $5 million.
Oh, this is only partial of the payment, of the funding for the program. This is only part of the program. Does that answer your question?
Somewhat.
Because there's matching funds. This is matching funds.
Okay.
Is there any other questions?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I will not be supporting this either. I think that there is a this council itself has allocated monies that overlap, in my opinion. Different organizations that do the same thing. And not every child is even born at Hurley. There's, what about the children that are born at McLaren that live in the city or anywhere else don't get any benefits? That doesn't make sense to me. But the reason that I'm not going to vote for this is because we have allocated money after money to seems like the same services to different people. I just feel like $500,000 can go a long way in a different program.
That's right.
That we can actually measure and determine if it was a good or not program. And I don't believe that we can truly look back at this and see if this was a successful program with every other program that we have funded to know which one was a good one and which one was a bad one. So I will not be supporting this.
Thank you. Any other discussion? First round.
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. And here's where I'm at. The Flint Food Market has been coming here several times to try to get money for the Flint Food Market. We have not given them any ARPA dollars whatsoever. And here we are, this is a reallocation, not allocation, reallocation. So that therefore they went and found reallocation of ARPA funds, $490,000, and the food market is close to opening, and they at the end of very intense fundraising goal to do what they doing over there on the north end of Flint, off of Pearson, Pyle Road. Don't know all the logistics, we will be able to know. So it's just hard for me to see us continually, and we talked about this, and I thought we was gonna have a resolution today, and just to see, I don't feel, at this point in time, I'm just not feeling comfortable voting for ARPA funding until we see this resolution come before that. So at this point, I'm gonna probably just gonna be a no, not because I don't support this. And then, like Pfeiffer said, it seemed like we just gave $1 million to RS kids, and now we turn around and we're finna get $490,000. It seemed like they both kind of similar programs. And it just seems like we should look at redirecting to, like they've been coming to council talking about roofs and allocating money to help people with their homes. And I know we allocated $5 million. We need to be trying to preserve some money and try to see if we can move more money into home owner-occupied rehab. So I'm gonna be a no right now for this one too. Thank you.
Any other discussion? See, now I'm the only one that not in the first round. I wanted to clarify that my Children's Health Center is just located near Hurley. Their services aren't strictly located at Hurley. They service across all of the medical centers in the area, and they are separate from Hurley. So they now have second round. Any discussion in second round? Hearing no discussion, roll call to send 240075 to council.
Ms. Murphy-Carter?
No.
Mr. Shad?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Allen?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 2 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 2 yes, 4 no. That motion fails. The next resolution is 240078. I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
I move resolution 24007A, contract role professional services company phase 7 service line replacement, exploration and restoration project to council.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor, to send resolution 24007A to council. Is there support?
I'll support.
And it's been moved and properly seconded by Mr. Alvin. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
Is there someone here who can speak to this resolution?
Mr. Mohammed?
As
Mr. Edwards.
Thank you.
Oh my God, that's him.
As Mr. Edwards comes to the front, I do want to, because this resolution is resolving that we allow the appropriate parties to basically handle this contract. So one of my questions that I have here, because something that I noticed was mentioned about their scope of services, was the third-party answering service for 12 months, beginning January 24th through December 24th, to continue to retain the service of an answering service to log calls, and this is currently ongoing. I called them months ago on behalf of a resident. I'm still waiting for a call back. And so, and I specifically stated I was a council person. As a matter of fact, that was at the beginning of my tenure on council. That was in August. I called. And so we're saying we're going to continue to pay them to not call me back from August to April. What is our guarantee here that resident, and the only thing that prompted me to actually call that service was a resident who had said that they called several times and had not gotten a call back. So I said, okay, well, let me try, and I'll even identify myself and who I am. So then, and the greatest part is the resident hadn't even talked to a person. I actually got to speak to a person and didn't even get a return call. Because when I tried to explain to the person what I wanted, the person said, no, I'm just simply answering the phone and taking the notes. Somebody else will call you. So it's April. That was in August. When can I expect my call?
Oh, don't do that, big fella.
Through the chair to Mr. Shack, Councilwoman Shack.
Yeah, speaking to the mic, sir.
This particular resolution, the request is made by the administration to postpone it. There's still some things under review with respect to this company and the process.
So we are supposed to be postponing this anyway?
That is correct.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Ready.
Let's make a motion to postpone this indefinitely. I'll make a motion to postpone.
Support.
Motion made by Councilwoman in the 5th Ward and supported by the Councilwoman in the 7th Ward. Is there any discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
I wasn't going to support this anyway, so I guess I'm glad it's going away, because when are we going to get a right answer and a definitive, truthful answer on what we have left and how we're going to pay for it? We still can't get, we got the city attorney giving out numbers and a press release. We got the guy from Roe last week giving us another number. When are we going to get the right, I'm going to say the truthful answer on where we are with pipe replacement? I can't stress enough how much the community has been through, and we can't even answer honestly on how many pipes we have left, how many evacuations we have left.
Get out our pocket, sir. That's what he's trying to say.
Ms. Mashad, I made that same phone call 5 times, and I still, I did that 2 years ago, and I still got those phone calls.
Wow!
So, I don't understand how we can look at this one, nor the other resolution that's on our docket that I separated, and
Subpoena the mayor, sir. Bring his butt down here.
All right.
What?
At some point, the truth that has to come out, and, you know, sunshine is the best disinfectant. At some point, we have to just be truthful on where we're at. It's been a decade. And Roe came up last week and couldn't tell us how many were outstanding. The administration can't tell us how many are outstanding. I've asked several times, do we have enough money and when to actually pay for this? Because nobody can tell us how much we got left. So how can they tell us if we have enough money to pay for it?
Yep.
And allocating $1.6 million when we don't even know if we have enough money to pay for all the services that the city needs seems reckless to me.
Right.
So I'm glad the motion's on the table to get rid of this for 30 days. And I hope that when it comes back, we have truthful and honest answers on where we're at. The city and the residents, they're hardened enough that they can accept the truth. So let's just put it out there. And that's all I say. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Okay. I mean, I was just gonna drop this since y'all was postponed anyway, but since you are still working it out, maybe you can come back with, because it also says social services. RL.
What?
It's saying the scope of services is project management, and that weekly progress meetings, coordination with the city contractors and stakeholders, that you'll have that. So I guess to piggyback off of what my colleague in the 8th Ward is asking, when you all have these weekly progress meetings, will the council also be getting the weekly report update so we know what's going on? There's also something here that says the project plan update, and that they are going to get with, as indicated by the Michigan Department of Environmental, Great Lakes, and Energy, and amended to an amendment to the project plan must be completed, including updating the environmental clearance paperwork. Roe will prepare the amendment and submit all the required cross-cutter notices to the respective agencies, and the council consider the respective agency when we talk about that amended plan. And so, when this comes back in 30 days, I just hope it comes back with us being said that we will also be included on that weekly progress, that somebody will, one, answer a phone, two, when they answer a phone, be the person that can actually talk to you, and if they're not the person that can actually talk to you, then three, have the person that can actually talk to you seriously give you a call back, because again, still waiting on that call back. And then also, the updated Eagle plan, I just want to make sure that we are one of the respective agencies that can know what the updated Eagle plan is, since Rose said they will prepare that environmental clearance paperwork. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Yes, go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. Through you to the administration, is it possible for us to get a copy of the remaining balance of the wind funds that's left? And I think we asked this before. And like my colleague Fighter said, we were told some numbers in executive session. And then when the guy came and did a presentation, he told us two different numbers that just had us confused. Well, me, I don't know about my colleague, were they confused? So we are hearing two different numbers of what's left for our service lines replacement. So we just, at this point in time, we don't even know who to believe or what to believe. Do we believe what we were told in the executive session, or do we believe what the young man that came last week at the
2 weeks ago?
Was it 2 weeks ago? And spoke, told us, because based on those numbers, we're not clear which one is right. We don't know what's left in the wind funds. There are some mandated projects that has to be completed. One of our questions is, how do we fund it? Do we have wind funds to fund it? Do we not? If we don't have it, where is we going to get the money from? The water and sewer funds, which we run in a deficit. or we just don't know, and we need to be clear. Because we just was in the executive session and we heard some things that was kind of disturbing, that we still gotta address somehow. How, I don't know what that looks like. Hopefully we can come up with what that looks like to address those issues. But is it possible that we can get the remaining balance, a breakdown of the remaining balance and the outstanding projects that's mandated that we do?
Yes, that's it. Is the answer.
When? Get to the point, sir.
Because we have we requested this before?
So
we requested it before. Is it a hold up on it, or you guys gotta work on getting it together? Or?
We're working on it because there's a process for when the dollars have been paid for, or invoices have been collected for a job. The dollars have been paid, and then we get reimbursed from the state for it. That has to be evaluated and tabulated, and that's how we get the new win for the remaining balance.
Time's up.
Thank you.
Back to the podium, sir.
Ms. Williamson,
Oh my God.
you're being asked to leave this meeting.
What?
Oh, please.
I appeal the ruling of
You
the
shut
chair.
me down when my time
There's-
was up, it
there's
was
a-
up.
I appeal the ruling of
Appeal
the
to the
chair.
ruling of the chair, is there support?
You show favoritism,
Is there
and
support?
you are wrong.
Seeing none, Ms. Williamson, you must leave this meeting.
Councilman
You're
Pfeiffer.
ridiculous. You're ridiculous. Oh, excuse me, but yeah, he escorted out the Republican Party too. No,
You're,
please.
Ms. Jobin, you were being warned.
Oh, I didn't get warned. No, she didn't.
I just warned
What are
you.
you still standing?
I appeal the
Just figure it
ruling
out.
of the chair.
Is there
When
more
you
to
speak
appeal?
for 20 minutes, sir, we'll figure you out.
We're talking about another warning.
I gave warning to Ms. Jobin as well.
It's Mrs. Thank
Excuse me,
you.
Mrs.
I
Jobin.
appeal that ruling.
There's an appeal to the ruling of the chair that Ms.
I have
Jobin
to
was out of
leave.
order. Is there support?
No, sit down.
Seeing none, that appeal
Yeah,
fails as
escort for
well.
the police, and escort job.
You have been asked to be removed from this meeting.
For what? For what? Speaking of right? You told me my 3 minutes, in fact, you told all of us when our 3 minutes was up. And you can't tell this man his 3 minutes is up?
Officer, I would like this woman escorted from this meeting.
Oh my God. Color the popo.
You are a coward, Priestley. You are a coward. You are a coward. You better figure out what you're doing. You better figure out which side you're on. That's right, officer. Yes, you are. When you escort these people home, you pick the side. You pick the side. You escort these people home and, well, you're gonna figure it out. Attaboy, attaboy. I'm on to the door. We'll see you out there,
We go get them. It gets real careful. He's waiting for this in the hand.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on the motion to postpone indefinitely?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair. In addition, through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, in addition to the list that you already have, I would like to know too, the number of restorations that we have that we have not gotten to. Okay? And I'm talking about
shoot. We still have restorations, it seems like, since 2019.
Right.
Even, I mean, those were even before Bro came into it, existence. So, do you guys have a count of the restorations?
Good question.
I can get you the information.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm still getting calls. And I too have called that number at Raw. No return call. So I can imagine residents are pretty fed up. They're fed up. In fact, I don't even know when this come back to us in 30 days or whenever you plan to bring it back. I'm not impressed with Raw. So I probably will not be supporting at all. But yeah, I would like to know the number of restorations that we have throughout the city that we need to get to. It's been a long time. This project should be finished. It should be finished. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Seeing none, this is the vote to postpone resolution 240078. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Wendy Burns?
Yes.
Vote 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That is postponed indefinitely. The next resolution is 240088. I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair?
Yes. Go ahead.
I make a motion to move 240088, reallocation of ARPA funds, police department, police training into council.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to send resolution 240088 to council by Councilwoman in the 7th Ward. Is there support?
I support.
And supported by Councilwoman.
Madam Chair.
And then the 1st Ward. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, is there someone who can speak to this resolution present?
Please come forward, officer.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening, officer.
I'm Lieutenant Ron Dixon of the Police Department, and I'm here on behalf of Chief Green of the Flint Police Department.
Good evening, Lieutenant. Will you please just give us a little bit more, because we have very little explanation here of what the training is. So just, if you could please.
Okay, the request for reallocation for ARPA funds is for actual police training and the community engagement training. There's 2 phases of training listed here. There's the professionalized law enforcement community engagement training, and it's a national conference that's held May 2nd through May 5th of this year. And the second phase of the training is law enforcement, racial profiling, and sensitivity training.
Training outside police officers and regular without officers.
All right, and how many, is this something that the training will come to the officers, or the officers will go to somewhere else for the training?
For the first phase of the training, professionalizing law enforcement, or PLECET, the national conference, is held in Atlanta, Georgia. And that's the one that's this year, in May 2nd through 5th. And it looks like the other one for law enforcement, racial profiling, and sensitivity training, it looks like that will be held somewhere locally, because there's a breakdown of cost here. And that's for every officer, $200 an officer.
Okay, you said so all of the officers will go through both of these trainings?
I believe that is the case. Definitely, there's a breakdown here, in this memorandum that I received, that it's going to be $200 per officer per 100 officers.
We're sorry about that. What happened was, we didn't get it in our packet, we got it as a handout after we already had our packet, so thank you.
Okay.
I will go ahead and yield the floor to someone else as I read this. Thank you.
Okay.
Is there any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Biker.
I'm sorry, is Lieutenant Dixon?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, it seems that two officers are going to Atlanta for this conference, and 100 are going for the racial profiling sensitivity training. So, where is that one at? Because if they're coming here, why do we need to budget for hotel and travel accommodation?
If I'm not mistaken, sir, that is the fee for the facilitators, their travel and hotel accommodations, and then also the fees for the officers, and then there's going to be a backfill for overtime for officers to attend the training.
How long are they going to be here with this $10,000?
I am not aware, sir.
Whoa! There it is.
I've been asking this for weeks and weeks and weeks. When is Chief Green coming back?
I am unaware, but I know he is still on our manager, sir.
Okay.
You did get too deep,
Do you know, Lieutenant Dixon, do you know what our officer count is?
It might be right around 100. I'm not sure of the exact number, sir, but I know we do have right around 100 officers, give or take.
Do we have any data, or whoever is doing the facilitator, where there's a case study where this was a successful program?
I'm not aware, sir.
Can I request that from them?
Yes.
I mean, between you or Clyde or whoever, like whoever we are going to hire to do this training, is there any, I don't know, to put it other than a case study or where they've had successful implementation of this?
I can request that, sir, but to my belief, it is the community engagement training from the Department of Justice. If you do have the handout, I believe that is in that first paragraph, sir.
It says with support. I don't think it says that the Department of Justice is doing the training.
I'm unaware, sir. I don't want to answer the question wrong, but I believe that is.
Lieutenant Dixon, can we get some answers? Obviously, I think we have another round before Monday, before I make a motion to send this to Special Affairs. Because I'm all for the training, but I want to make sure that it's effective and it's going to be successful. So I'll let my other colleagues speak, and I'll make a motion in the second round. If nobody else does, to send it to Special Affairs.
We'll make a motion now.
All right, so move to send to Special Affairs.
Support.
It's been moved by Mr. Pfeiffer, supported by Ms. Mashat, to send resolution 240088 to Special Affairs. Any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
The training, I guess I didn't hear it because I went to the restroom. The training, would it be for all the officers?
Most definitely the racial profiling and sensitivity. Yes, that is for all of the officers, but I am unaware of the amount of the number of officers for the first training, the professionalizing law enforcement community engagement. I'm unaware of the exact number of officers for that, but definitely in the second, yes, sir.
What would that training be here in Genesis County?
I would imagine so, because in the breakdown that's in the handout, there's a facilitator's fee for the traveling hotel and also the cost per officer for the training.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
May I ask, Councilman Pfeiffer, through you, what is it exactly you want, sir? You want a case study, and I'm just trying to take some notes here.
He can answer that. You want your round now?
I'll take that first.
Go ahead.
Yes, a case study of where they have done this training previously and the results that we can expect from this training. Because to be honest, Lieutenant Dixon, I've seen in the past 2 months some video of folks being pulled over, and it's troubling. So I'm all for this training, but I want to make sure it's the right training, and make sure that whatever training this is, that we are not the test dummies, and make sure that whatever communities this training has been done in previous, they've seen positive results. So any documentation that you can send my way that reflects some of that, that's what I want.
Okay, is it okay to send it via email, sir?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
No problem.
If you can send it through the clerk, that way that all my colleagues can get it.
Okay.
That would be much appreciated.
Thank you.
And then, yeah, I guess I'll vote.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? I'll take my time, just briefly, and say that, in the mayor's budget, there was $100,000. And so we left that in as part of the plan for the $100,000. We didn't know what the plan was to spend that, how it was spent. And I don't know if this was what the focus was, but this is what the police department wants and thinks that would be best. I'd be interested to see the results from the information from Mr. Pfeiffer's request. Thank you. This is the roll call vote to send 240088 to Special Affairs.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. McIntyre?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That will be going to Special Affairs. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next resolution is 240089. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to move this resolution, reallocation of ARPA funds, BIPOC Emerging Developer Program to council.
Is there support?
Support.
I'll give it to Mr. Elamine. Okay, any discussion?
Yes. Is
Go
there
ahead.
anyone that can come and speak on this?
Good evening, council. I'm Juan Zuniga, Executive Director of the West Flint office. Happy to be here tonight to answer questions.
Yes. Could you explain to me what it is that you guys are trying to do?
Sure. What we want to incorporate here in Flint is what we've been doing across the country. We're one of 38 offices. We've held a presence here in Flint since the late 80s. We provide technical assistance, subsection $4. We're CDFI, so there's lending opportunities too. But what we've noticed is the need for an emerging developer training that involves beyond just real estate 101, but actually the in the weeds technical assistance, going over pro formas, real estate docs, understanding why market studies are needed. And with that, the idea of the pre-development grants that are going to help support those projects in the architectural drawings for one, permitting fees, all those different fees that are associated with that. On a regular basis, I would say we speak, I'll say monthly, to at least 2 to 3 small developers or small wannabe developers. Could be all different levels. We're looking at the church sector as well. And folks with this property but aren't sure what to do with it next. And with this is building upon what we have nationally, incorporating, working directly with city staff and community members to create this, to provide to developers that are emerging. Maybe they've done a few small projects, maybe they haven't done any. And that's going to be open to a wide variety of folks that are really interested in making a change here in Flint, but aren't sure how to go about that with development, and then how do they get access to capital. Once these, the pre-development work is done, they've got this great package put together, ready to go to funders, and ready to go to banking partners. What do they do next? And this is going to help guide that path. And along the way, we're going to be able to incorporate not only community different needs assessments, but the ability to look at what works and what doesn't work here in the city. I mean, we're a little different. We're not like the big cities across the country. We've got offices in Detroit and New York and things where these programs are available and are working, but we're different here. We're smaller. And how do we help build upon what's here and grow that to help our small emerging developer partners? In a nutshell, that's kind of it. This is going to be a grant program coupled with an educational component. We'll be looking at 10 to 15 partners for this. We'll have a small application process. We'll put that together with community input. We have the framework for it, and then we will distribute that and then get the folks in the program and see how it goes. Meanwhile, we'll be continuing to fundraise from local philanthropy, national philanthropy to continue this program and to expand it.
Where are y'all located?
We're right downtown here in the Chase building.
In the Chase building?
Yep.
Are you guys have a targeted area that y'all target?
City of Flint. Yeah, not a specific target area. It's going to be, I mean, the projects have to be City of Flint-based projects, but with this many folks that we're going to be working with, it's going to be hopefully citywide in different locations. So in different wards across. It'll be different as far as many of the projects that are moving forward right away at a really fast pace to those that maybe are going to get there in a year or two, or 2 or 3 years.
Do you have some success stories that you guys have done in the past? Because this has been around for a while.
Oh yes, not with this particular program. This is new for us.
Okay.
So we've been traditionally transactional here with the Flint office. We became a standalone office here in 2021, and with that, there's a big focus on programs here. So beyond just Section 4 technical assistance or lending opportunities or grant opportunities like with North Flint Farmers Market, there's other things that we do that help grow our CDC partners. And with that, I mean, we've been successful in a couple of big developments here, Flint Farmers Market 1, Hilton Hotel, things of that sort. We come in kind of on the back end and help lend some dollars. But we focus on that community impact and how we can help push the needle on the needs out there. So this program here has worked in other cities, and it's just been a goal and conversation with partner needs and how do we get this here. And this would help launch this, the ARPA dollars will help launch this program here in the city.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you for being here this evening. I just have a couple of questions. One, what is going to be your measurement for success? Because you're saying this is your first time to be here in the city of Flint. So what would be that measurement of success in this city?
Getting to the project ready to break ground would be one measurement, but it's also looking at each of our partners and seeing what that may look like. Because we're going to have partners come in that have had experience, small experience, that are looking to that next level. We're going to have our partners in here that don't have that experience at all. So is that win could look like we've got a great church partner who has a whole bunch of parcels that wants to develop, but isn't sure how to get that way. But we've then helped craft that plan and connected them with maybe a regular developer to make that happen in the next couple of years. So there'll be a different benchmarks that we'll hit, and we'll be able to be sharing that on a regular basis.
Right, and then, we have two different numbers, right? So it's the pre-development grant fund for 15 participants, and then it says to administer an emerging developer training program to build the capacity for 5 to 10 BIPOC developers. And so, I guess with both of those numbers that we have here, are any of these partnerships you already have people in mind? How will people find out about this program? How will they apply? Like, what's the process there?
Yep, it'll be an application process, and we'll do a community outreach.
What's your plan for community outreach? Because what we've seen in the past, and this is just me giving you some tips, is that a lot of times people will not know that things are available. So right now we are in a whole community storm, if you will, over ARPA, because so many people did not know that they could apply for ARPA was a thing that existed. So that's what we hear all the time. And so when we talk about communication for people to know, because 5 to 10 is that's gonna fill up kind of fast. So one is, how will people know to do it? And then two, how will you decide? You only have 5 to 10, but then 30 people apply. How will you decide what the 5 to 10 will be?
Yeah, that's the good part right there. Is we're hoping, from the conversations that I've had, that folks that would be ready and looking to do this, it'll be around the 10, 15 or so. Now, if that number were to grow, we're going to continually be looking for fundraising opportunities. So that first round mainly is a set amount. But then we want to continue this. We don't want it to be a one and done, because with the first round, we're able to then explore what's working really well here, what's not. And then how do we pull then that information of what's working better or could work well here, let's add that to the next cycle and continue that way. The outreach piece, beyond just like a blast of like emails and things like that, it'll be personal visits with different groups that we work with as well as that we don't work with, and getting right down and speaking with folks that maybe haven't had that opportunity before or don't think they're eligible. The biggest thing that we see is there's so many, the access to capital is so hindered by regulations of what folks think that they can't access, but maybe they can if there's just a few more hurdles to jump through and things like that, and we can help guide that path.
Right, and then in here it says offering holistic training and capacity building. When we say holistic training and capacity building, help me understand what that looks like for you. What's the definition when you're helping them with that?
Could you repeat that?
When you say, down here number 2, offering holistic training and capacity building. What does that mean when you say you're offering holistic training and capacity building?
Financial education services is a big thing. When we think about this, and then when we're working with folks, so we've got a Financial Opportunity Center here in Flint too, with Matt. One of the pieces that we like to look at is when you're talking about development, okay, this is more than just putting together the pro formas and things of that piece, getting the permitting done. It's a bigger understanding of how the processes work and getting through that red tape. So the holistic piece is, yeah, maybe we've got groups that are really, they're going to need to be connected to an accounting service. They've never had an audit. Things of that sort, and using those pieces.
All right, and I've got about 30 seconds left here, and so I'll probably have to come back in another round for this last question. But you talked about you are looking for trying to identify other sources of funding, and so say that does not happen. You said that success for you looks like them getting to a groundbreaking. What happens when we get to a groundbreaking and all we have left was money for show to go on the ground and nothing else? What happens to those 5 to 10 organizations if that money runs out?
The idea is to continue on. If the money runs out, it would still be connecting them to possible potential opportunities. If it wasn't through us, then partners in the community.
I'll get you next time. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other discussion?
Yes,
I don't know if I missed this.
Who are your partners? Your stakeholder partners?
Stakeholder partners here in the city?
Yes.
We work with a variety of folks. We provide Health Section 4 funding right now for Habitat for Humanity, Communities First. A few other folks we're working with. We've got a new relationship starting up with the Latinx Center. We work with other partners in the funding world. Northland Food Market, we've got a $400K grant for that one that we provided. So there's different opportunities beyond lending that we work with. We've kind of, since being, we've partnered with just about everyone here in the city, I would say groups. All the CDCs, they're long past, and still the new ones, they're still here too. And that is our goal too, is to help replenish that supply of CDCs and build up some new ones. Beyond the couple that we have.
So you're only, where did I see that? There's only 5 to 10 slots available.
5 to 10 is what we were talking about in the beginning, but 10 to 15 is making a lot more sense. At 15 is a 20K grant per partner that will be doing this program. 20K could get prints done, as well as some general permitting and things like that, and that's a really fair amount for pre-development, but the folks aren't having to come with out of pocket. So we would be looking at that 10 to 15 participant list.
Okay.
Based on feedback that we've had just with community discussions and folks interested in the program.
Right. How many sessions, community feedback sessions did you guys have?
Community feedback sessions we've had so far, I would say about 4 or 5. And then there's just a lot of calls in, and then the folks that we work on a regular technical assistance basis.
Okay.
On the needs, the sharing needs they have.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Any other discussion in the first round? Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Who funds you right now?
We're funded locally
From?
CS Mott Foundation, Ruth Mott Foundation, occasionally the Community Foundation. United Way does granting dollars for our AmeriCorps program, but then we're funded nationally.
Let me tell you my reservations with this. I'm all for the training, and if this was $75,000, I probably wouldn't pick up the microphone. But I have an issue with giving $300,000 for programs I don't know about. So, without knowing what the dollars are going to be used for, what programs, what projects they're going to be used for, that's my struggle. Is just putting $300,000 out there with the language of going to rehab the city. That's where I struggle, because to your point of a shovel in the ground, to me that isn't a level of success. A completed project is a level of success. So these say pre-development grants. There's no guarantee that they're going to be development grants. So
correct.
These are pre-development grants to get them off the ground and running.
But there is no guarantee.
But there is no guarantee, and I don't, once again, I don't know, with these being ARPA dollars, I have a hard time allocating ARPA dollars for projects I don't know about, in how they're going to benefit the city. I don't see anywhere on there, on this documentation, where I can possibly come up with those answers. And to your point, they're probably not out there right now. So this is a pass it and hope it works. That's where I struggle. Help me, help you.
Yep. Judging by this program and our other offices across the country, so on average, say they get 15 to 20 folks in their programs, bigger cities. They're not all going to come to fruition with the project, but there is that partnership component created, that direct access to capital so they continue on the project path, and the educational piece where folks, it aligns them better with the needs in the city as opposed to these one-off ideas. We potentially have grant dollars that we get nationally that we can deploy, so I get a lot of calls from small developers in the area that are looking for grant dollars to start up their projects, but don't have any wherewithal how to do that. Or the thought process of how to get that extra access, and this is gonna help provide that. It's gonna provide that educational piece along with that in the weeds. I don't wanna say hand-holding, but it's gonna be that technical assistance piece that's gonna be there to get them to that next level. Now, will we see all these projects end up under construction? Probably not, but the goal is to at least get at least half.
So you just lost me. I'm just gonna be truthful. You were saying that a majority of these are not going to be successful. You lost me. Because as someone making decisions on these ARPA dollars and the fiscal responsibility of the city, I would be derelict in my duty to vote for something that you're saying has a subpar average for success. That does, you lost me. I don't know how else to put this, because we have to deploy these dollars to benefit the residents, and to have it, to put dollars that we, even though the person before us came and said that there's a low probability of success, that troubles me, that I don't know how I can support this.
Maybe not.
I mean, I'll support the training if we want to make a motion to take this to 75,000 and provide, and you provide training for upcoming developers, and we start there, and we start to crawl before we walk and find out programs that we can fund, then I'm all for that. But in my last 3 seconds, I'm a no on this.
Thank you. Any other discussion? In the first round. Seeing none, second round?
Yes.
Go ahead.
My colleague, you just be so convincing sometimes. Don't get the big head though, but I agree with him. I'm just not comfortable, and I try to read through the material with outcomes. If maybe between now and Monday is special affairs, if you can convince me of a breakdown of some outcomes.
I can show outcomes of other programs. I just can't guarantee that out of, say we do the 10 to 15, that many projects will be able to move forward that quickly into actual construction. Each one's going to be a little bit different. But they're all going to have that same training piece. And the dollars, the grant dollars, are pretty much they're all staying right here too in the community. We've got a lot of architect partners that do a lot of pro bono work. This could help solve some of that. This could help solve a lot of the permitting fees, some phase one, some environmental things that folks aren't aware of or know how to do, and this would help cover those costs.
And then, nothing against you, but just for the record, here we are again, when you look at resolution 240089, reallocations of ARPA funds. So it's saying reallocations of ARPA funds.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Mr. Murphy, everything that, because of the 44 billion that we put, that everything is going to be reallocated.
Yeah.
Thank you.
My point that I'm trying to make as far as the reallocation still is, we got a food market that's been trying to open up.
Yep.
And we have not, this don't have nothing to do with you. So I'm making this point. So I don't think you want to get in with me. But I don't know if we got the votes, gonna get $375,000, and for years this food market been trying to open up, and they done came here times. I remember before when Councilman Mays was here, he tried to allocate 600,000. It went to 300,000, and we still haven't. So I just want to make that as a point that while we looking at these ARPA dollars, here's someone down here at the finish line, and we have not done anything, and that's just a problem for me. Don't know. I know it's been some logistics when it comes down to this other subject matter, but that's it. Nothing to do with you, so I'm done.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
The second round.
I think, in the second round, go ahead. In the second round.
So, I think what you're hearing here is that we hear the potential. We want to support this project. We think this is good, but we don't want a lot of undeveloped projects around our city. I think that maybe the answers are there. You could provide those answers maybe at a later date. I don't think special affairs, I think that's too soon for you to get us specifically what we're asking you for. So I would like to amend the motion and make a motion to leave it here in finance. Because I do also hear that rather than it just being scrapped completely, that there still may be an opportunity for the 75,000. And so whether it's 75 or 375 that actually happens just depends on the next time we see you in finance and some of the information you're able to provide. But I would like to make an amended motion to leave 240089, the allocation of ARPA funds for BIPOC emerging developer program in finance.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to keep resolution 240089 in finance. Is there support?
I support.
Okay, it's been moved and partially supported to keep it in finance. Any discussion? Any discussion?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ms.
I think that'd be good to keep it in finance because there's a lot of questions and answers that we need. I'm still looking at the capacity, 5 to 10. That's problematic for me because, we're giving all of this money. This is a lot of money, and you're only going to service 5 to 10 or 5 to 15. Yeah. I'll be voting to keep this in finance. Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone else? See, none, I'm gonna use some time here.
Actually, Madam Chair, can
Absolutely, go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
just to be clear, the 5 to 10, that was for the possible grants, right? How many are going to the
That's what the application process. 5 to 10 was the initial number, what we experienced.
Was the training?
Yes.
So $75,000 would only be 5 to 10 for training?
Correct.
Okay. That's all I think.
Okay. All right, so I will take my time with now. There's been a lot of grants that came through the ARPA committee that I've had concern about viability. Business grants are very difficult to evaluate, and they're not always what I necessarily would do. This is a lot of money. I'm going to vote to keep it in finance, but I've had concern with several grants that I've gone ahead and voted on and approved in the end because as a conservative, this program, the ARPA program, was not designed for conservative values and thought processes. So I have to look at it that way as well. But we also have to be good stewards of our money. And I've read all of these documents through the ARPA process, and I have had some concerns about it. And everybody's been asking my questions. So we'll talk about it again next week or in 2 weeks when it comes back up. So this is the vote to keep resolution 240089 in finance. Davina? Okay.
Mr. Oliver?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey-Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Shad?
Yes.
Mr. Piper?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no, that will stay in finance. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Our next resolution is 240097. Is there a motion?
Yes. I make a motion to send 240097, the contract for monthly tree service and tree removal and passing sidewalks to, council.
Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded by Mr. Murphy to send 240097 to council. Is there any discussion?
Madam
Go
Chair.
ahead.
Mr. Edwards, Madam Chair, may I
Yep.
see Ms. Rhodes?
Oh, no, Rod's coming up.
Okay.
Mr. Bagata.
Thank you.
This
Thanks,
is under
Clyde. Hi, Rod. My question is more so, it is for, my residents, right? They have some questions, because there's two different, things on this agenda, this one and the next one, and they're both for, tree removal and sidewalks, right? So can you just explain why it's two separate companies?
There's gonna be a lot of tree service that needs to be done, and we were afraid that one company wouldn't be able to keep up.
Can you speak? I'm sorry.
We were afraid one company wouldn't be able to keep up with the tree services that need to be done. A lot of trees are gonna have to be removed due to the sidewalks, so we thought two companies would be able to keep up better.
And do we have a number for the amount of removals we have to do right now? I know, and by the way, I commend you, because as we drive around, I see a lot of the trees and the limbs have been taken care of, so thank you very much. But do we know how many sidewalks that are being impacted by tree removals that will be fixed?
We do not at this time. We are spotting detectives do a sidewalk assessment, so when we get that information back, we'll have a better idea. But there's a lot.
A lot.
A lot.
Over 50, over 100?
Sidewalks that need to be replaced? Very much so.
All right, well, you said you'll give us the numbers, so, I mean, I won't belabor this in the first round anyway, but that's why I separated this one and the next one. And if I have another question, I'll come back in the second round. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Piper.
Madam Chair, I thought that we only had $2 million in our
For sidewalk
For
repair?
$2 million for sidewalk replacement and $2 million for the tree removal.
Yeah, I mean, I think
We
there
have
was.
tree removal system?
Yes.
I had to open it up, I just closed it.
Tree work, I should say, not just removal.
So,
Sidewalk repair was $2 million, that's just the repair. And trees, and $2 million for tree removal, yeah. You got it, Rod.
so, I think we already did the sidewalk. So,
Point of information,
what,
we only did sidewalk assessment, we
point
did
of
not.
that,
We did
zero.
not approve for replacement, just sidewalk assessment out of that dollar amount.
240099. Part of the consent. agenda.
Oh, you're talking about, I'm sorry, I thought we didn't, that has not been approved, that's just been going to council. So that has not been approved
Yeah,
yet.
no. So, of these, the 1.5 million for tree demolition, is that equal? I know it's dollar equal. Is it, are we funding to have more trees cut down than sidewalks that we can repair?
No.
You follow what I'm saying?
You're thinking there's gonna be more tree work than there are sidewalks?
No, the other way around.
More sidewalk repair?
More sidewalk repair. Like, are we funding 1.5 million of tree disposal, but we don't have enough dollars in sidewalk repairs? You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, we'll never have enough dollars in sidewalk repair. That's how bad our sidewalks are. That's why we got the assessment happening, so we can go elsewhere maybe next
When are we gonna have access to that assessment?
We have a meeting set up for hopefully by Monday to find that out, hopefully pretty soon.
So without that assessment, if you guys haven't seen that assessment, why is this before us?
Because we had a list that we've been trying to work on for years and years and years of sidewalks that were tree impacted, and we just can't keep up. We're so far behind, and residents are calling every single day.
So this is irregardless of whatever that assessment comes back? Because to be honest with you, I thought that we funded that 200,000 or 250,000 assessment to replace sidewalks throughout for everything. And now you're telling me that we didn't necessarily need that assessment because we have a backlog. So why did we get that assessment if we don't have any dollars to repair the sidewalk?
We need the assessment so we can maybe go elsewhere to try to find funding. Without having an assessment of how bad our sidewalks are, it's hard to ask for funding. And it's going to show us the tree impacted sidewalks and the bad sidewalks also.
Because you came before us when we were over at the county building.
Yes.
So when we get that assessment, are we going to be able to cross-reference it and remove these ones that we are doing for trees?
Yes. Yes.
Because at this point, we have no more ARPA dollars to give for normal sidewalk replacement. That's a correct statement? After we've just given for the tree repair sidewalks.
Yes.
We no longer have ARPA money for any other sidewalk.
That is correct. That's I'm hoping the assessment, we can go maybe my foundation and show them how bad our sidewalks really are. And then for some more money.
Okay.
Okay, any other discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yeah, the issue with the sidewalks being damaged because of the city trees is prevalent. I mean, I know last year before last, you guys took care of the situation over on Avenue B, whereas a city tree had damaged this lady, the sidewalk, but it started damaging her driveway as well as her home, you know, the infrastructure of her home. So this is crucial. And also over in the area where my parents live, Mallory, Concord, that street where that whole area with all of those trees are really old. In fact, the tree in front of my parents' house, it was so old it was hollow. The trunk of the tree was hollow, and it fell over across the street. But it also damaged the sidewalk. So we have several cases of this.
Yes.
And I'm sure with the what you're doing as far as the tree inventory, you're gonna find that there are several cases. If you drive throughout the city, you'll see that. And I know I gave you an address, but I have a couple of more addresses to send to you. This is going to be a big problem as far as our city trees.
It is. Very much.
Yeah.
We got to start somewhere.
Yeah. So thank you for the work that you're doing and getting this done, because I've always said that this is going to become an issue, and we don't need that. Let's think about if we have a big storm and these old trees with these big roots and everything, you know, fall over on people's homes. That's That's bad. And I think I gave you an address over on Euclid. Not Euclid, but Seminole. Yeah, whereas, that's the fear of the residents. So, I'll be supporting this resolution. I think we need to get on top of this. And, I hope we can find more money to do the sidewalks throughout the city, because they're terrible. Really terrible. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. Thank you for all the work that you do. I'm sure you got, with these sidewalk assessments, is going to even add more on your plate when you start down to infrastructure. I know some years ago we used to do what they call the sidewalk inventory in partnership with the City of Flint and the Community Foundation. We did a neighborhood inventory of the sidewalk, and we did I think it was called a walking audit, where we went and looked at, different neighborhood groups, went and looked at sidewalks, took pictures of them. I was one of many groups that did this. Do you guys have that data?
I do not.
You do not have.
I have not been able to find any data on any sidewalk.
This is up under Suzanne Wilcox, so you may want to get with the Emily Gore to see if she has that information. I'm sure between the Community Foundation, the Greater Flint, and the planning department, we have some data. It's probably about 4 years old. I'm not sure. Okay. And we did it twice. We did a sidewalk inventory, so that might help you too.
Was it through the whole city or just areas?
It was through the whole city. I don't know if they didn't be able to complete areas, but we did do it. For instance, in front of my house, they cut down a tree. The Genesee County Conservation District, and I know they probably watching this meeting, like, y'all better not cut down. Heard you talking about the trees being old in your mother and dad. The Genesee County Conservation District is an advocate for preserving trees and planting new trees. And I know when they wanted to plant some new trees in the 3rd Ward, and I went to residents and asked about new trees, they were like, no. He just didn't want to deal with the sidewalk issue. So I guess they was thinking, if you plant a tree, that's going to put me back in the situation.
If you plant the right tree in the right spot, you won't have those situations.
If you plant the right tree in the right spot,
yes. You look at a lot of these trees, they were planted 1 foot, 2 foot from the sidewalk. I don't know what was put in first, the sidewalk or the trees.
So you saying back then the way we planted trees, they didn't do it, they wasn't thinking?
I'm not sure what the thought was, but as you go by and look, some trees are 1 foot from the sidewalk.
So I know a tree in front of my house, I guess they said it had a disease, so they cut the tree down, but it tore up my sidewalk over the years. And then I got a tree on the side of my house, and I'm just talking about my house, right? And I know it's other people that's dealing with the same things as me. It's a tree between the street and the sidewalk on the side, and it's done tore up the sidewalk. So do that tree come down?
The forester's gonna go around and check on these trees first. If we can grind the roots and not kill the tree, not every tree's gotta come down.
Okay.
But I'm assuming probably 90% of them.
Because I don't know if I just want direct sun coming in,
Right, if we can cut the roots safely without killing the tree, we don't want to cut the tree down if we don't have to.
Okay, that was my other question. Are you looking at other funding to help offset the sidewalks that we may can't fund? Because I know we earmarked $2 million. in your estimate, how much do you think it would take to repair all the sidewalks in the city? With 2 million, we started, so that's that's a good start.
100 million?
Whoa.
Whoa! Just a guesstimate.
Should ask for 150
So
million,
if that's
sir.
the case, then we probably need to focus on sidewalks that will occupy residential, rental, or owner-occupied homes. Maybe we need to focus on
Yeah, we're
those.
gonna focus on the homes that are around schools, churches, and hospitals first.
So those of us that ain't in those particular areas, we can hang it up.
No, I'm not saying that.
I mean, cause if you go.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Seeing none. Any discussion in the second round? Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
I guess 2 things. So about a decade ago, tree people came through and cut, I'm assuming city trees about a decade ago from my house. And they never, like, they cut them and then the stump was my problem. Are we grinding stumps or are we just cutting them off?
No, they're gonna be stuck around too.
They are gonna stump around.
Yes, and if you have a stump in your yard that was cut 10 years ago, send it to
Well,
us.
no, I mean, I've burned them or they decayed, so that's no longer.
We've been trying to catch up on our stuff, right?
Yeah, because that's.
They just left.
Yeah, they just left. How, to Mr. Murphy's point about trees, before we turn our city into a concrete jungle, is there a plan to put the right tree in the right spot?
Yes, there is. Not every tree is gonna be replaced, but Genesee County wants to replace the trees.
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
And my last question, the 50-50 program, is that still well-funded and still open for residents?
Yes, sir.
Because the sidewalk in front of a residential property is the responsibility of the property owner. Is that a correct statement?
For maintaining, yes.
For maintaining or replacing? So the replacement is the responsibility of the property owner?
As of right now, unless it's impacted by a tree. Impacted by a tree.
Unless it's impacted by a city tree.
It's in the city ordinance that the homeowner is responsible for their sidewalk.
Madam Clerk, can you dig up through that ordinance? Look, can you dig up that ordinance, maybe through a referral to the law department if you don't know where that is? I'd like to read that ordinance. And we already have contractors secured for the 50-50 program?
No, that's out to bid right now.
That's out to bid.
Yeah,
So
we have it for this year, but.
we have it for this
Yes,
year.
yes.
Is there still openings for residents to sign
Yes.
up this year?
Yes.
There is. Perfect. Okay. And do we know, is that on the new website?
It should be.
To let residents know?
I would have to check, but.
Can you check on that? Let me know.
Yes, sir.
There it is.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Pfeiffer over there reading my mind. So I'm gonna finish what he started. What's the number to the for residents that want to call about their sidewalks to be for the 50-50 program? Is there a number?
Yes, you can call street maintenance.
Could you give me that number for the record?
810-766-7343.
Say it one more time.
810-766-7343.
Say it loud for the people in the back. Now I'm just listen. I done saw this movie before with this assessment that they did with the tearing down houses where they had people go and do inventory. And when you just said that we were doing sidewalks or prioritizing sidewalks in neighborhoods that got schools, you said hospitals?
And churches, yes.
Churches. Now, you might find some churches in the hood. This one on every but schools in the third ward is out. So we don't meet that criteria.
My plan is to distribute the money evenly among the wards, no matter if there's a school, hospital, or a church.
Because when you said that right there, that just extra.
It's not gonna count.
We ain't got a hospital in the third ward. We ain't got no school in the third ward.
We plan.
And we got some liquor stores now. You see us around liquor stores and churches, we might be getting somewhere. But because I'm in a distressed neighborhood, especially on the east side, I don't want us to be left out because we don't have a school.
Right.
So do I need to get a red flag?
You don't get
okay.
a red flag. No, we're gonna be
as long as you know.
Evenly. I want to do it evenly among the wards.
All right. So that's fair. That's fair. And did we complete the inventory for the sidewalk assessment?
It's not finished yet.
Excuse me?
It is not finished yet, no.
Is that close?
We're gonna have a meeting hopefully on Monday with them to talk to them about it.
Have they started?
Yes, they started.
Okay. Who, I forgot the contract.
Spalding D-Deck.
Okay.
That's the engineering firm.
And did they have a time frame when they was to be completed with this?
I thought they gave me a 3 to 4 month, depending on how the winter was, but I cannot be for sure. I have to look back.
I mean, but you know, it was winter time too. I mean, we ain't really had that much snow, so it couldn't get started. So I am interested in looking at that report, the assessment. Once they finish, if they finish, can we all have a copy of the assessment?
Yes.
Or at least for our ward.
Yeah, for sure.
First ward, second. Thank you. That's all I have.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Seeing none, this is the roll call vote to send 240097 to council.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Shad?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Holloway?
Yes.
Majority 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That will go to council. The next resolution is 240098.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I move 240098 to, which is a contract for J&E tree service, tree removals, attacking sidewalks to council.
Okay, it's been moved by Ms. Machette. Is there support?
Support.
All right, it's been moved and properly seconded by Mr. Murphy. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
This is only separated for the same reason the first one, and so I think we got all of our answers in the first one. I can't speak for my colleagues, but that's why I separated this one.
Is there any other discussion? Any other discussion? Seeing none, this is the vote to send 240098 to council.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Shad?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Holloway?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. The next separated resolution is 240100, reallocation of ARPA funds, property disposition, staffing, new economic development program manager reposition. Is there a motion?
Yes, I would like to move 240100, reallocation of ARPA funds, property disposition, staffing, new economic development program manager 3, position to council.
Is there support?
I support it.
It's properly supported by Mr. Alvey.
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Emily, come on up, brother, that's contested at the Price is Right.
You might as well stay around for the next one too.
Yes, Emily, this position right here, is this position will deal with all of the dispositions of the city of Flint properties, the 18 homes that the city of Flint have in possession, Jefferson School, what's the school right there on Pearson and Longfellow?
St. Agnes.
St. Agnes. How, do you have an estimated amount of properties that the city of Flint possibly have that will probably be for sale or part of this plan to dispose of?
Absolutely, thank you, Council. So this is a position, the amount would cover, again, starting immediately through the end of 26 is where the calculation came from, and this would focus on the disposition of all city properties, which we have, at this point, there are, as you mentioned, the school church properties that we have the 16 homes that were pulled off of the foreclosure list.
Is it 16 or 18?
There's 16 that were pulled off in 16 and 17. We have numerous random side lots that residents across the city, homeowners want to buy, and we need to be moving that, allow first for a side lot program and then be able to process if there are other requests. There are also, and this is the tricky thing, if you just go to the property portal and search City of Flint, that is not a full list of what we own. There are properties under City of Flint. It's a Department of Neighborhood Community Services. That are listed if you search that. If you search City of Flint under DCED, there are properties listed under that, and then also just City of Flint. So collectively, we're looking at over 100 properties that we have that are just a start, let alone future properties. There are, as you know, annual lists of how properties that go through foreclosure, and this person would be able to implement a strategy around the tax referred properties to be able to be more proactive and have the city be far more equipped to, again, be proactive with those tax referred properties. So,
So also, lease agreement, are there potential for these properties to be leased? And I say that because I got an email from the Genesee County Conservation District. You know, we got that grant for $250,000 to build properties over there by Marengo, Lamida, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Industrial North area. And I think it's like 11 properties that the city of Flint owns that's under the ownership of the city of Flint, not the land bank. We did a lease agreement with the land bank, but they have not done a lease agreement or a contract agreement with the city of Flint in order to proceed with that project, and the contractors can't get started until. So if you can look into that, and I say that just to put on your radar, when you guys are looking at disposing of these properties, also look at possibly leasing or adopting out city of Flint vacant lots, because some people may not want to own, but they may want to adopt or lease these properties, whether it's a home. I don't know how y'all gonna do with the residential homes, but if you can look at doing those right there, I think that would be good for this position, for whoever's coming in to deal with this position. So I just wanted to bring that up to you, because that can help whoever can get in this position to make sure that we got a policy in place for leasing property, adopting property, and selling property.
absolutely.
Thank you. I'll email you that too, if you don't already have it.
No, thank you, please.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Emily, so I think one of the key things that I heard you say, which is something that we've kind of been talking about for quite some time, even as a resident, is the fact that this will help with some of the tax reverted properties as well, meaning we won't be so reliant on the land bank and then doing that, so we'll be able to kind of control a little bit more vacant properties and parcels ourselves and not have to go through another party to do that, correct? This is our step in making sure that we are able to address blight before it goes out too far, correct?
Having this person would allow us to prioritize taking steps with the properties that have gone through as of April 1st, have been foreclosed on, and being able to say the city wants to
keep those properties
instead of letting investors buy them, instead of letting them be auctioned for whatever it is. No, we can have a strategy and actually, again, be proactive.
I'm all for us becoming self-reliant. I'm all for us making sure that if there is money to be made off of properties, that the city of Flint is making that money, and that this is just good. I can support this. Thank you.
Madam Chair. Emily, thank you, thank you, thank you. I have been on the mayor's ass for 2.5 years for this. As everyone knows, I'm not a big fan of the land bank and what they've done. And I think that while this may not be the final solution, I think it's a good step towards the direction that we need to go. And I'm glad that you mentioned the tax reverted properties, because if that wasn't part of the solution, I'd be hard on. And I know that part of you coming aboard was moving us in that direction from your prior experience. So, with that being said, is there a holistic plan on how we can further these activities outside of this one person?
Absolutely. And I included the job description so you could see some of the actual day-to-day tasks that this person would be doing. And so there are tools that include utilizing the city's Economic Development Corporation and Brownfield Redevelopment Authority. And there are tools that those bodies, these are two different bodies that the city has that meets on a monthly basis to focus on economic development tools. Being able to use those tools, and I'm happy to dive in, it would include tax increment financing that we can do on a scattered site basis that would help for redevelopment. It could include, if we wanted to have any type of scattered site plan that might require bonding, or could require, if we wanted to use some tax incentives, or also the ability to have someone who not only can have the properties that they are keeping track of, we actually are getting them valued in a fair way, so then that way we know that if it is being sold, then that those funds not only are the proper amount, we actually are able to then put that money back into the pool for kind of growing this program. So it's definitely, this is the right start.
Emily, are we doing something, or your department doing something in conjunction with IT to more integrate stuff into the website? Because I think the properties that are for sale on the website are kind of hidden. They're hard to find. So are we doing something more to bolster the web presence on the properties that we have for sale?
So yes, both I think from the existing city website, and then also I will say the next item on the agenda will also be a part of that, which we will get to. But yes, being able to list the houses for sale, but right now, it's a picture of a house and a number. No one knows where the number came from. No one, there hasn't been an actual.
You mean the sale number, the price?
Like what it is listed there, we might have a house that we own on Beltry, and then the house that we own on Dewey, and they're in very different statuses of move-in ability, and they're both listed at $7,500 right now. And there's not rhyme or reason, there's no looking at again, how quickly you can move in, what the comps are around. There's not a point person to actually help a resident interested in moving in. There's not even, again, there's no information, and so we want to change everything.
So,
yeah,
are
making it transparent.
Are we going to put together some kind of process on how things are priced?
That will be job number one that this person does. Yes.
Final question. The property disposition list, we don't have access to that until November?
So after April 1, when the homes that are now 3 years, we're 2 years forfeiture, now it's foreclosed, then that comes to our city assessor. In November is when we get them for free. We would have to purchase them if we want to get them earlier in the year.
So the 190 that just went through, did those come to us and we said no?
Those were kind of like.
Is there any further discussion in our first round? Finish your comment. This is my time, and then I've got questions.
Perfect. So the 180 homes that are occupied that were sold to an investor in a bundle by the treasurer, that 180 homes was on a list that was foreclosed on last April, and then again bundled and then sold in an auction last September or October.
Okay, so Emily, this resolution is for $225,000. Do you know how much is in the plan?
Which plan?
The council plan that we approved?
Yes, so it was 175, and then the 50,000 we are moving over from a different one of the other line items in the economic development portion.
In the economic development portion?
Correct. Yep.
So this is 175 for the property disposition, and then another, and the economic development portion. I want to look at that because I want to make sure that we get this right.
Absolutely.
We've had discussions on this. So on the economic development, okay, there's plenty of money in different areas that that can be covered by that. I think that are left over that we can transfer money around if we need to do that. All right, and I know that this was a position that was actually asked for by Suzanne. So I'm glad that you're following through on this. I am very glad to see that, and I think that this is something that needs to be done to get clear, to get these properties off of our property and into taxpayers' hands, and even nonprofits if that's what counts. So thank you very much. Any discussion in the second round? Seeing none, this is the vote for resolution 240100 to go to council.
Ms. Winfrey?
Yes.
Yes.
Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Vote 6 yes, 0 no.
Voted 6 yes, 0 no. That will, resolution 240100 will go to council. The next resolution is 240101. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Senator Council.
Support.
Been moved by Mr. Pfeiffer, supported by Ms. Mashat to send to council. Discussion.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Emily, can you tell us what this is?
Absolutely. Part of the vision for making the city more business friendly is being able to not only have the better organization of staff, and that is what we've been doing with beefing up our zoning, actually getting more economic development, small business staffing, getting more staffing in business, building safety inspections, working on business licensing, improving that, so that whole process to open a business, to expand the business, we are improving. In addition, this is again for, this would take us through the end of 2026, so this amount is for the full, the 500,000 would cover the subscription for this and all of the training and all of the data usage and all of the actual software. It's kind of, if you think about like Salesforce, that's what this is, except for it's very specific to a city zoning, property acquisition, economic development incentives, permits and inspections and licensing, and you can track it. So if you as an individual come in and you have submitted a fence permit, you could actually watch it go from a zoning coordinator's desk to a building inspector's desk, and then you get a phone call, so you can track it. That's pretty simple. If you are a person who wants to buy a building to open a business, you can actually track it and know where this is at, whether it's again, zoning, or if it is a property, if you need to help buy a property next door or whatever. So anyway, so first, I'm just saying that it's
Emily, can you stop?
Yeah.
Well, no, I guess we're okay. We're okay.
Hey, we're talking to the bar. I don't take two of y'all.
So, Emily, in my,
Madam Clerk,
how are we gonna pay for this going forward? Once these dollars are, do we have a plan to come up with these funds going forward? And how many of these are one-time funds, or one-time fees?
So every, the amount of money, the 500 would cover everything through the, again, end of 26. There are a number of setup fees that are one-time if we want to keep going. There's also a desire, and I'm just gonna pass out, I've got some handouts for you as well, that are just hard copies of what's in your packet. I will say that a number of the setup fees will not be duplicated if we want to keep going into 2027. There are some of the subscription fees that would be ongoing. Part of wanting to do this is, I also think that to help figure out how much of this we could be able to integrate and actually be able to build out without having to necessarily keep this if we don't like it, but if we like it, then we would work it into an economic development strategy.
So do you know how much of this are gonna be yearly versus one-time fees?
I can get that information very
I can decipher from.
Yeah.
Emily, I also have a question. You saying 500,000? It says 225. in coming from the fund, so where's your other 275 coming from?
That is a misspell. That should read 500,000. It has the paragraph above is the correct number, so that was a mistake. That is my mistake.
Madam Chair, do we have $500,000 allocated for this?
I believe we do for technology improvement.
Just because I thought we've already allocated money for technology before, if I recall.
I don't. Improve technology for economic development, we have $600,000.
Okay.
We have not spent any of that.
So do we need to amend this? Do we need to do a 41 to change it? The 500,000 versus 225?
This other thing.
The resolution itself says 225.
Oh, then I guess.
Yeah, the resolution is.
So I make amendment to .1 to change the 225 to 500,000. Is that a correct statement?
Correct, that is correct, yes.
Support.
Okay, it's been moved and properly supported to, by Ms. Machette to, change the dollar amount to 500,000. Is there any discussion on this amendment? It's different on the resolution.
Than it is what we're.
We got to make this a resolution, so.
Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair, so it says the city administration recommends reallocating 500, but then in the actual amount that we can see, it says 225, it's supposed to say 500. And so this now becomes 2401001.1. Because we have to make that correction, and that's what we're gonna be voting on, correct, Madam Chair? It's turning that to about 2.1.
After we approve the dollar amount change.
No, that's what I'm saying, like, okay. And then, I know you were talking about like some of the benefits that this will be for the city as a whole, but also how does this benefit residents? How will they be able to be helped by this software?
One of the things that we hear most often from residents is the fact that they don't know exactly when they have zoning questions or building permit questions or anything that we are trying to improve on the, I guess, it's a little bit community services, but mostly on the business services side, which again, zoning, building permits, business licensing, which we want to encourage more of that from our residents. Oftentimes they feel like, at least this is what they tell us, they tell me and my staff, they don't feel like there is enough transparency about where to start, what they need to do if they want to do something that would require a permit or require a zoning check or anything. And so this is something that's supposed to make things just frankly easier and decode some of the mystery that a lot of times people feel around land use and building permits.
And how straightforward will this be to use? So if I'm a layperson and I decide will I be able to create a login? And if I decide to create said login, will I be able to navigate this system easily? And if I cannot navigate this system easily, is there some sort of training or walkthrough that I can have to learn to navigate the system?
Yes, so there would be training not only for staff but also for residents that we would be able to have on the website. They have short instructional videos, a pretty robust FAQ for anybody that they can use the search function that would help. And then also when you are able to, I guess, create a login, you actually can call and get assistance from the actual software itself, the software platform, Quali. Quali would be able to even assist you if you can't find what you're looking for. And here, I'm gonna just give this quote to you. This is just some of the just for a visualization of like what it actually would look like, both on a website but also a mobile phone.
And if, say I call and I can't get in contact with someone, is there someone at the city that would be able to walk me through at some point, would I be able to reach a person if for whatever the reason I am having difficulty navigating? And then the people who are in charge of this particular CRM system, if they're not available, customer service, whatever, they don't get back to me fast enough, they don't respond to emails, whatever. Is there someone at the city level that I can call and talk to, and they can help navigate and walk me through this? Will that be something we're providing?
Absolutely. The Deputy Director of Business Services is going to be the lead point person on this, and so that position, who is, I'd say, kind of the air traffic controller of currently when people come in and Mr. Tyler Bailey helps direct people now, that will be something that he will continue to do, and also at the same time, more of that will be able to be through this app. So.
I'm definitely for streamlining, especially as you very well know, you get the calls on the front end, we get them on the back end, and then we're forwarding you things you've already talked about. When we're talking about zoning, and we're talking about different questions, or not necessarily zoning, but code, and anything that people might have a question with, have a question about concerning these things. And so I think that this will be a good thing for the city. I think it's a big good thing for the residents. I just want to make sure that once we start to actually utilize it, that it doesn't create another level of headache. So it is comforting to hear that there will be someone on the city side that can also help to navigate this process. And I'm assuming that once this is done, there will be an appropriate kind of rollout for residents to know that this now exists for them, right? There will be.
Absolutely, and this is a piece of, there's a phrase that's been used that we want to have a concierge service in the city, and that this is a part of it, that when you are coming to the city and you have a question about something, that as a community resident, as a community business, that there's frankly, it's easier to find the answers, it's easier to track. You are waiting on something that is going to go from department to department, and it's just frankly doesn't feel, again, like there's so many questions that people have. The page that is blue, you'll see what it looks like. It also references a lot of the forms. We will have every form will be electronic. You can fill out through your phone. That is another thing. A lot of our zoning forms, people end up printing and handwriting on. And so that would be another thing that this would help, is to really move forward our electronic technology usage for any of our city forms as well.
Got it, and I don't know, we have our YouTube channel up now, I'm holding it up, they'll catch it on one of these accounts for the residents and people looking at. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
So, here's the deal. The landlord association came down here last week, I believe. And I'm thinking, so I'm gonna try to be a voice for them up here. And I think someone in the first ward, someone trying to get some water turned on. What in the world is going on with that department? Why, when people are trying to get people to come and inspect, and I'm sure you're aware of this, of the issues that they have going on and with the landlord association. So,
Mr. Murphy, please state your name to the resolution, which is the purchase of the software.
this is your
Request for information.
What's your request?
Mr. Murphy, are you asking how this will help?
Thank you.
Yeah.
My point is that. So, help them figure out.
Absolutely, thank you. So something like this platform, if a resident, if you are renting a house and you want to be able to have a search function of, I want to turn the water on as a tenant, it would actually allow you to see that the answer would come up. If you are a tenant who wants to put the water in your name, you have to have a licensed rental. What does that look like? That means that you have to have a building inspector be able to come and get the inspection. You as the landlord should be the ones to do that and actually have maintained the rental, which is every 3-year program for $225. You get 2 inspections because oftentimes they have a need to come back because there are some things to fix. And so being able to have that plainly seen, even though we say it all the time, that our rental inspection program is to help maintain safety, life safety for our renters, and it is something that we are rolling out. And so right now, if you want to have your tenants put the water in their name, you have to go through our rental inspection program. And so being able to have those kinds of answers more plainly found in our business services realm of the website, which again,
so if they paying and they use this right here, so make sure I'm germane to the subject matter. If they paying and an inspector don't come out and they still waiting, it seems, what's the problem?
So well, first,
if they already paid, if they paid for a building inspector to come out through this website, this resolution we talking about.
So that's a perfect example. Right now, if you have someone who pays for an inspection, and oftentimes there's some confusion of if you pay, do you have to also schedule? And that's a confusion because our policy is right now, yes, you have to call and schedule the inspection. And oftentimes people who pay, but then they don't call, they wait and wait and wait. Part of this would be able to actually not only record that you did pay, and you paid online, so there's the electronic record that you could do with your credit card, which is another thing we are rolling out here at the city. But also, it would be a flag that our chief building inspector could actually look and see how many inspections have been paid for and then not scheduled, and it's actually going to be a tool for making sure that there's less disconnect between getting the inspection scheduled and having the people pay that they don't know they have to.
So in the meantime, in between time, what is the problem?
Well, I think that we tell people that they need to schedule inspections after they come.
So that's all we have to tell them when they came down here?
My understanding is...
I think it's a little bit more than that.
Well, my understanding, based on what we've been told, is that the our rental inspection program is based on our city code that is to make sure that buildings are at full property, meeting all the property codes, and that is quite strict, and that is putting a burden on. Well, if you can say that it's putting a burden on our landlords, you could also say it's helping keep our residents safe, who are renters. So we are trying to make sure that we are hiring more inspectors, and at this point, we are able to schedule things within a week. As long as you are calling to make the schedule for a building inspection, or HVAC, or electrical, plumbing, we are able to get something scheduled in under a week.
All right, thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Rickard.
Did we ever, now that we're talking about, this will help with that, as far as, but did we ever get the referral that we asked for as far as the rental inspections?
There was a fact sheet, a rental inspection fact sheet that I had emailed out, I think in December, but if there was something else, I can definitely follow up.
I think I asked for a referral as far as what does the inspection entail. That was my referral. I wanted to find out what are they looking for when they go in and do an inspection.
Well, I just emailed you the checklist right here, so there we go.
Okay.
There you have it, and I will send it to all of you.
And I think this is great, this software. I was sitting here reading through everything. I mentioned earlier, I think we are so antiquated, and I am so glad, Ms. Stewart, that you're bringing this forward, because we do need to get into the 21st century, because we are so far back. I even thought about earlier, I mentioned that the city all of our city processes and functions are antiquated. I wish there was a way that you can set up your water bill and pay your water bill, you know, monthly on a certain date. I mean, we don't even have that set up. You can go on, you can, you know, go onto the website and you can pay your water bill, but that to me, that's even antiquated. So I'm glad that you're bringing this to us, and I support it 100%. Thank you for all the work that you do. This is moving towards the 21st century.
Is there any other discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Murphy. Mr. Pfeiffer.
So Emily, you will not be able to schedule an inspection on this? You still have to call in?
So I think that one of the things that we need to integrate is making sure that we can schedule it. So everything now is in BSA, and so being able, will you schedule it in Quali, or will you still schedule it and track it in BSA? And that's, we are actually, part of our conversations is, would the scheduling happen in here, or would we still be tracking everything still in BSA? And if that's the case, then we can't have the scheduling happen in this software. So I would like the scheduling to happen in this software, but then we also need to still make sure that everything is backed up in our city financial systems.
Because to me, if they can schedule it online, then that saves manpower.
I like it.
So even if they schedule it online, why can't somebody take that information and put it in PSA? Because if we're saying we're going to move to an online system, but only go halfway there, what are we doing?
No, I agree with that. Thank you. Thank you.
And Ms. Winter Carter brought up the water thing. We just had a conversation about the water and how antiquated we got people, individuals, monitoring payments by hand, which blows my freaking mind. That's another conversation. So, will they be able to Mr. Murphy's point, will they be able to, well, not get scheduled, but pay for rental inspections and stuff like this?
That is the goal, is that they'd be able to pay for all inspections through this, but I'm going to take it a step further. We will have them schedule the inspections too. I like that, and we will figure out how to integrate that. That makes total sense.
Is there a way to integrate the users that are already signed up for BSA to automatically transfer those users, so these people already have an account in this one?
For their water bill?
Correct.
I will figure that out. That we admittedly had not, we have been working with Amanda on the online payments, so that's something that she's rolling out as of May 1st is the goal, to have online payments for city bills, and we're going to have that for zoning and building inspections. We had not talked about this, because this, again, is separate from BSA, and that's where everything is tracked now, so I don't know about being able to integrate for water payments.
Just,
yeah,
you know, everybody's got 12 million passwords and user accounts and everything else. It would be nice if residents or whoever signed up for an account with BSA, it would be the same. Yes.
Yes, it would be. Admittedly, this, I don't know if this would fix that.
Maybe at least the same password requirements are the same, so that you don't have to have 6 different passwords for those to pay the city. So whatever the password requirements are for BSA, at least.
Okay.
You don't.
To try to have it for the login
Yeah, so
for this.
like,
Okay,
I don't
that makes
want,
sense.
you know, BSA might be 6 characters. I know I'm getting into the weeds, but don't have this be 12.
Okay, we will talk to, we will definitely talk to Quali about that and have it be able to have the same formatting. I think, yeah, water bills will, stay in BSA, but then being able to do all of our business services here, but then people could, in theory, not have to
I
learn
mean,
two different
in
passages.
theory, it would be nice to have one system that did everything.
Yeah, but-
That's pie in the sky stuff, but,
Yeah.
yeah, hopefully that this works out, and I would like to see something for the water, even though that's not year round. The water tracking and stuff is ridiculous. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? And that was the first round. Now about the second round. Any discussion in the second round? Seeing none, this is the roll call vote to send to amend 240101 to amend. First of all, we have to change the language, then amend. So this is to approve the what, can I do the .1 right away? Okay, to amend it to .1 with the language changed to 500,000 in the middle part of the account. Yep. Roll call. I always get confused over those amendment things.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. Now I make go ahead.
Motion to send .1 to council.
So there's a motion on the floor to send 240101.1 to council.
That's why I said just .1.
Support. I'll give it to, you supported a lot of things. I'll give it to Leon today. Is there any discussion? See, no discussion. This is a vote to send 240101.1 to council.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. The next is 240114. I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I move that we, 240114, acceptance of program funds, State of Michigan Individual Public Safety Academy Assistance Programs Council.
Is there support?
I support.
Go ahead. All right, sorry, go ahead. All right, it's been moved to properly seconded. Any discussion? Any discussion? I separated it, but I can't find mine. See no discussion? Roll call vote to send 240114 to council.
Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. The next one is 240115, consent to entry of stipulation and notice concern pastors for social action et al. Versus City of Flint et al. Is there a motion? Was that your separation,
Yeah, it
Mr.
was.
Piper?
It was. I guess I'm gonna send it to special affairs right now.
Okay.
So I can have discussion.
There's a motion on the floor to send
Support.
resolution. Okay. 240115 to council, to special affairs, and it's been supported by Ms. Machette. Any discussion?
I don't know, Madam Chair.
Yes. Go ahead, Mr. White.
I don't know how we as a council can approve this without all of the information that we requested in the other one. So, I made a motion just so we can talk about it, but at this point, I'm not going to vote for this because I'm not confident that we are prepared once again to live under these guidelines that we're being put under. So until we get the information from Roe and the administration, I'm not willing to agree to this. This is my vote. So I don't know what my other colleagues feel, but to me, this is putting the cart before the horse because we don't know, one, any kind of plan or any kind of number of what we are actually agreeing to. So that's how I feel. I know this is a short round, so I'm listening to other colleagues of what they want to do with this thing. I'll yield back.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I think we should, have the law department prepare for us to go back into executive session doing special affairs so that we can get some unanswered questions answered.
Request for information.
What's your request?
You think that it should be in closed session or not in open session? Because we're just talking about numbers that I want to know.
The reason why I'm thinking closed session is because it was told to us in closed session, even though there were some other numbers told in open session, and I think we should go back in closed session to talk about the numbers we heard in open session, and also to talk about what we heard in closed session to get some clarity on which one is right and which one is inaccurate. Also, it allow our new colleague, Leon Elvin in the first ward to get up to speed on what's going on behind closed session when it comes down to this particular resolution that he would have to vote on, that he's not privileged at this moment to know the updates. So those are my two reasons why I'm hearing what you're saying, but I also think we need to go back into closed session. Because we did hear two things and it was very conflicting, and we do have some the wind funds. We don't know that number. We don't know what's left, what major projects is mandated that we have to do. You know, how some of these projects is going to get funded. And I don't really want to get into detail and talk too much. So I want to be careful and limited on what I say. If that's enough.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Do you think that we're going to get those wind fund numbers by Monday?
No, I don't think that. Come on now. How do
Point
you
of
want
information. We haven't gotten those numbers in 2 years. Why would we get them by Monday?
Good night. Okay, I'm done.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr.
I mean, the fact that we have this resolution sitting in front of us, we already know that probably what they said to you guys in the closed session, and then what they said out here. We already know that there's a difference in the numbers. I'm with Councilman Pfeiffer. I want the numbers. I want the numbers before I even vote on this. Because it doesn't make sense to vote on this and we don't have numbers. You know, this here is giving a restoration deadline of August 1st, 2024. And then a final restoration deadline of November 30th of 2024. I don't think we need to go into closed session. I think anything that's concerning the pipe removal should be in the public. The public should know. This is, like I said earlier, This whole process has been too long. Too long. We should be, the pipe removal as well as the restoration should already be completed. So I'm not, if you're talking about going back into executive session, I'm not for that. I'm not gonna be supporting that. But I will support if we make an amended, where do we send this to? Special affairs? I can support it going to special affairs to see if we're gonna get the information we need. But I doubt it. I doubt it. I can support that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So my only thing with this is like pending litigation stuff we have to agree to. And so we've got to make sure we're careful that we're not putting ourselves at risk of the other party's attorneys. You know, being able to say doing things they were breaching violating anyway. I agree, we are too far out. We are 10 years into a water crisis, and we should not have to sit here and say that. I'm also in agreement with the fact that I have reservations about setting a restoration deadline of August 1st. We've missed quite a few deadlines. There might be some other circumstances as to why we might not reach this August 1st or this final restoration deadline of November 30th. And so I am in support of going into a closed session just in case there are other questions that do come up that we cannot necessarily speak to publicly at this time. I don't think it's a matter of trying not to be transparent or hiding anything from the public. It's just a matter of we've got to make sure that legally, because it is also our job to make sure we are legally protecting the city and the residents. And so we could also be putting residents in harm's way if we have a conversation publicly that we should not have, and it puts us in some sort of legal danger, because that falls back on the residents as well. If we could somehow talk publicly, the scope just remain in the one basic question of how much restoration is actually left to be done. Yes, but what happens is once we start having those conversations, something else may come up, and we may not be able to address it publicly. And so that's the reason why I am in support of going into a closed session. And I understand what my colleague is saying about he just had a simple question and he wants to get the numbers correctly, but we also have to know that sometimes more questions may arise that may not be able to be answered publicly. So now we're spinning our wheels, we're in the mud mad because somebody is saying, I can't say that publicly, I can't speak to that right now, you know? And it starts to look like something more suspicious than it actually is when it's just a matter of legality. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion? In the first round?
One round.
Or one round, right? Going committee. Any other discussion? Seeing none, this is the vote to send resolution 240115 to special affairs.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Shad? I'm going to abstain because we don't have that caveat of going into a closed session with it. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Allen?
Abstain.
The vote is 4 yes, 0 no, 2 abstentions.
The vote is 4 yes, 0 no, 2 abstentions.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
motion to keep it in finance.
So motion on the floor to keep resolution 240115 in finance.
Support.
Any discussion?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I would ask for a closed session in the next finance committee meeting.
Okay. Mr. Wallace, could you arrange this, and please let Mr. Kim know that we will be asking for a closed session on this resolution in finance.
I certainly will.
Thank you very much. Okay, there's a motion on the floor to keep in finance. Is there any discussion besides
Yes.
Go ahead.
I just want us to be, conscious too, that we are probably still up under deadlines. Regardless of whatever we do, we got deadlines that we have to meet, that if we don't meet those deadlines, so the more we kick this can down the road, the more at risk we may cause the city, being that because we are not moving forward. Hopefully this though doesn't stop the work out here on the field. This is just a consent agreement that was made through you to the city attorney.
Yes.
Can you speak on this consent agreement with the consent to entry, stipulations and notice, concerned passion for social action and all other versus the city of Flint? Does us holding this for 2 weeks jeopardize anything?
Well, Councilperson Murphy, I'm not the attorney in the legal department that's been handling this matter. But whenever there's pending litigation, there are some time constraints. So my advice would be to if you move this to the closed session, well, to the finance committee, that you speak to the attorney at that time, and they can give you more information regarding that.
Okay, thank you. And I also think by 2 weeks, the Lord's will, we may be able to get some data on the wind fund to be able to help us make a better decision. Cross your fingers, everybody. And bow your head. I'm done.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
To Mr. Murphy's point, I don't think that this will stop any work because we've let those contracts out. People are still on their timelines. This is just putting it in writing and being enforceable. But to your point, we've asked for this information. So by the administration not providing it, to me, we are not the holder. They're the holder.
Point of information.
Denied.
You can't do that. Go ahead.
Through you to the speaker, you are aware that Clyde would promised us at the podium that he would do his best to get us that information.
That and 50 cents will get you on the bus. So I think that we just have to we have to push that we get this information so that we can make a proper decision. And if there's a time constraint on this, I'm sure that we will hear about it tomorrow or the Monday. So I will be voting to keep it in finance. And to your point, Mr. Murphy, fingers crossed that we can get some information and take action. That's it.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, this is the vote to keep resolution 240115 in finance.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winter?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Piper?
Yes.
Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That would stay in finance. The next resolution is 240116, tentative agreement, City of Flint and Advocacy Council 25, Local 1600. Is there a motion?
Y'all are gonna put me in a hard spot. I want more discussion on this, so I'm gonna make a motion to keep it here.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to keep resolution 240116 in finance. Is there support?
I support.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I'm for this, 100% for this. I'll always be 100% for brothers and sisters in the union. I'm not satisfied with how we're going to pay for it. So, until we can dig deeper into how we're going to pay for this in subsequent years, I'll leave it up to my colleagues because I don't know if I can keep going down the way that we've been going down. So I'll leave it at that. So if my colleagues want to vote no and send it to council, it's going to be on them. But I can't, in good conscience, keep putting the water account in a ungodly financial deficit. I can't do it. So until there's another way to pay for this, I'm struggling. I yield back.
Any other discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
We damned if we do, we damned if we don't. We in a tight situation with this. We want to be able to compete with other municipalities. We want to retain the workers and the talent that we have. We have to do something, and I understand what you're saying. I hear clearly what you were saying when it comes down to the numbers. We know we got an issue with lack of collectibles in the water and sewer funds. We are looking, well, the administration.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Are you aware that even if we collected 100%, it still doesn't matter? The deficit wise, we're still at the deficit no matter what.
I'm also aware that they are looking at ways to be able to generate revenue, and they did talk about that. You can rebuild it. It'll be on you if you want to. I think you're the right person to.
What's your request?
I hear what you're saying, and they say they got a plan, but I want to see that plan. Do you want to see that plan?
Not really, but I do. But I don't. So there's your answer. Well, I hear what you're saying, and I take all the concerns of my colleagues very seriously, all jokes aside. But we have to do something, and this is correcting. We just, in my Jerry Winfrey Carter voice, we are so antiquated. Is that right? We got to get up out of that. We have to be competitive with other municipalities when it comes down to what we're paying our workers. We got to deal with this one way or another, and they've been negotiating and working on this for a while. They finally made it here.
Request for information.
Yes.
What's your request?
Are you aware that we just gave them a raise? This is another raise on top of it. Are you aware of that?
You want me to answer that? You want me to answer that? Yeah, please do. But I'm just saying, we really need to be competitive. And even though we may not even there when it comes down to what we paying versus what others are paying, we gotta do something. Other than that, we will continue to lose our talent to other municipalities. And this is the way to correct it, even though I hear what you're saying as far as how we want to fund it. Hopefully they'll be able to, but we can't run the city on hopefully. So we just in a tight situation with this. And I don't want to vote against it, so I'm going to vote against you on this one because I want us to correct and try to
Request for information.
What's your request?
This is to keep it here to have more discussion. This isn't to kill it.
I know,
Okay.
I know, I wanna move forward, I wanna move forward with this, so. Either way it goes, if it stay here and you get the vote, then it won't be by me. If it goes and make it to council.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I think there's someone who, here would like to speak or be heard about it, so can we have them come
Sam?
up? Yeah.
I saw Sam come in, so I knew he was ready.
And then we have,
We're gonna come, is it okay if we approach together? Okay, Charles McClendon again, I'm like, say I'm my president to speak for.
Well, I understand your concerns about funding and that. Let me first start out by saying that April of 22, we came in front of you. We had to receive pension money from the state. We took a contract that was approved by the body, by my membership and by the body. And then in that contract, it put a wage reopener in there. And then we come back, once we started to get the pension money, we came back with that wage reopener that included a job study. And at that time, everybody was aware that the job study was to try to fix some of our problems in regards to retaining people and keeping people here. And the police and fire were getting $5,000 and $2,000 signing bonuses to help bring police officers and firefighters here. There was different for each bargaining unit over there. Ours was left up to trying to compare rates of pay. It was approved by this body that we would do 8 job studies. By August 1st of 23. It took us to March 5th because we did our due diligence in comparing rates through many municipalities, and we did not go to a high number because of the financial situation. We worked with the finance department, was advised that the money was there for us to move with the numbers that was presented in what we agreed upon. And that's why we're back here today. I don't get to go in executive session. I just know that every step of the way was worked with finance to make sure we could sustain these increases. Also, at the same time, we've had open budgeted positions that are still in the budget as we speak to fill positions. And so with them positions being open, there was money in those budgets that we did it with. I don't know nothing about water,
I'm not cutting you off, I'm just letting you know, I have 10 seconds left, and so hopefully someone else will give you their time, I'm just letting you know.
I can't finish.
You can go ahead.
Okay.
Finish, you can finish.
So it was very thought out, it was due diligent, it was worked step by step in conjunction with the HR department, and then once we were able to find several municipalities to compare to, we come up with an end product which is in front of council tonight. I didn't realize we were going to have a situation where it was going to be questionable about whether my members are going to get what was negotiated or not. I took it that the funding that we got from pension softened our unfunded liability and also our contribution rates that we sent into the pension. So that was another way we were supposed to be funding these raises. So, yeah, go ahead. So,
yeah, and just to piggyback on what Sam was saying, we all through the process, it was our endeavor. We wanted to make sure that whatever we did, it was affordable and that it could be sustained. Now, 2-3 years from now, we talk with finance. There are certain things that they're going to be doing to try to ensure that we are going to be able to maintain not just a one-time increase, but these things which go on as it relates to the person's longevity at the institution. Finance is going to be working with us to do that. And again,
It's gonna address twofold problems, recruitment and retention. That's what we're trying to do.
Thank you, guys.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
Does anyone else wanted to speak? It's just myself and Mr. Emery.
Just 2 hours.
One. So I haven't seen the numbers for the water budget for next year, but I have seen where our pension liability costs are going down in those preliminary numbers because we got the money. I also feel that I understand where Mr. Pfeiffer is coming from 100%. And we're going to go with, but the fact of the matter is regardless whether they get the raise or not, we're still in the same position. We are at the farthest end of the Detroit water system's water line. Our costs go up. The amount of money that's due this city for unpaid water and sewer bills is tremendous. The percentage of people who owe and are delinquent in water and sewer is more than double the national average. Part of that is attributed to the water prices. I know people who say, why am I paying for a water bill? Well, half the water bill is sewer. Everybody flushes their toilet. People aren't going out there and they're using the water to flush the toilet. Drinking water is a minimal amount of water. You use more water to flush your toilet, take a shower, wash your dishes than you drink. And the fact is that we haven't had an increase in our water costs. It's a sad fact. We're in a tough position here. But I also know that we need to support our employees. We need to keep valuable employees who are already trained. We need new employees so that we can go and shut off water for those people who aren't paying their bills. We don't have enough employees. Unless we do this, finding people even now is difficult. Not passing this and helping increase it, it's going to get worse as the cost of living and consumer price index rises. So I am not in favor of keeping it in the finance. I want to move it to council, and I want to give our employees money that they deserve because they suffered long enough. But I also am very understanding and agree with everything that Mr. Pfeiffer said.
Don't say everything.
Okay, this is the vote to keep resolution 240116 in finance.
Ms. Wintercard?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Allen?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Breeson?
No.
Vote is 2 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 2 yes, 4 no. That motion fails. 2 yes, 4 no. I was typing 2 as I said 2, but as I anyways. So is there an alternative motion?
I'll make a motion to move this to special affairs.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to send to special affairs. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded to send to special affairs. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I don't know if you guys could get us some kind of, my colleagues have some reserves on this financial far as,
It's from Mr. Moore, not
Mr. Moore, is he back there?
Yes, he's staying for a budget discussion.
Mr. Moore, my colleagues and I myself, but I understand, have some reserves about how we pay for this. We understand and we appreciate the work that Sam, and HR, put together to do this. Part of our problem is how we finance this. Can you have some numbers to us by Monday, special affairs, on how this will be paid for, and also how it will not put us in a deeper deficit?
Do our best. I think it's
that's the only thing you can do is do your best, but we have, you understand.
No, it's a reasonable request.
And the reason why I move this to special affairs so that we can try to look at some numbers so that we can convince, and I'm not sure we're going to be able to do it, convince my colleague to support this damned if you do, damned if you don't situation that we in when it comes down to this. But I understand we want to retain our workers, we want to move, we just need to get our house in order, and this is helping get it in order, but also we still got a financial problem. So even with Amanda, with the water department, we got people with $4,000, $5,000 water bills that's water turned on. We got agreements that they gonna pay 10%, they don't pay for. We need to get all of that together. And I'm not saying even with us getting that together, that's gonna resolve the situation, but it sure will help. Can we get some numbers to see how much outstanding uncollectibles, or do we already have the numbers? Do you have those numbers now?
I don't have them. No, I don't have it tonight.
You got an estimated amount? Do Judy, Judy, since you over here making comments? All right.
She is the finance chair.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, she over here talking to herself, so. All right, I'm done.
Go ahead, Mr. Piper.
Mr. Murphy, I'm not a hard no. I just want them to show us, show me the money. Show me how we're gonna pay for this. That's all I'm asking. And, I think the water and sewer is $20 million deficit. It may be 20 in each account.
Point of information.
It's up there.
Point of information.
Which point?
My point of information is to the speaker. Are you assuming we 20 million, or do you know for sure?
I think it's like in the 20 millions in each of this water and the sewer, so a combined 40+ million. That's that, and no fault of Sam's and any of the folks, but if we don't use this as leverage to come up with a plan on how we're going to eliminate that ungodly deficit, shame on us. Because otherwise we're going to say, I'll get you the best I can. Yeah, no problem, that's a reasonable request. And we never see shit.
Wait a minute.
That's why
I'm not a hard no, but show me how we're going to pay for this. Because, no offense to anyone here, but we ask for stuff every meeting, we don't get anything. So when we talk about how we're going to potentially add $400,000 every single year onto our already existing deficit in those two accounts, that's how people go to damn jail. Because you're talking about how we're going to retain people. We got to talk about how we're going to keep a city. Because with a $45 million deficit, I don't think the state's going to come in and magically give us a big old check. Right, we're gonna sell the ambulance that we just bought.
For funding money.
But we have to address this. And blanket rubber stamping passing this isn't gonna help us. And I'm just asking, what's the plan? Show me the plan on how we're gonna pay for this, and more importantly, how we're gonna reduce that deficit, because at some point, they're gonna come collect. At some point, we're gonna have to get some general fund money and put them into those enterprise accounts. We're gonna end up using the money that we saved, or that we got by heaven sent, to save a pension. Now we're gonna have to start reallocating those dollars to the water and sewer enterprise fund. It's in that bad position.
Through you to the speaker, do you know, when the last time we did water rate increase?
It's still too high, sir. And this would lead to higher rates even more. So if we don't do our due diligence, then shame on us. So I just want to see a plan. That's all I'm asking for. I'm not a hard no. I support the members. I voted to give every member a raise that's come before us, and I will continue to do so. But this time, I have to say no until you show us a plan. That's where I'm at. My other colleagues may not agree with that, but that's where I'm going to draw, and I'll draw a line in the sand and die on the hill alone if I have to. Because I will not contribute to higher rates without some kind of plan. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, and Councilman Fleck, I agree with you. We need a plan, huh? We're already in a deficit, a tremendous deficit. I think that's why I asked the question too. You know, if we had been given raises all along, but it still will not help the water fund, the deficit of the water fund. So, you know, I'm with you. We do need a plan, and I'm not against paying our workers. I'm all for paying workers. But how are we gonna do it? What is the plan? And I'm not for increasing water rates. I'm just not. We're paying the highest water already. So what are we gonna do?
Point of information.
We do not have the highest water rates in the country, like people have said for years.
We're paying high water rates. I don't care what it is in the country. We're paying high water rates. To be here in the Midwest, we're paying high water. Yeah, and so that's ridiculous. So I will support this going to special affairs in hopes that we get a plan. So we'll see what happens. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So, it's clear that none of my colleagues are saying that we do not want to increase wages, and well deserved at that, right? That's not the issue, that's not the concern. We want to retain the talent that we have here. We appreciate those who choose to work in the city of Flint and do an excellent job at working for the city of Flint. So we definitely, it's nothing against them. It's a matter of kicking a can down the road, a can that this is not an easy decision because we know what's on the other side of this decision, but I will say that if we have to come up with the fact that there's going to be a deficit either way, and we might as well keep people in place who are able to do these jobs, who's familiar with the city of Flint and working in the city of Flint, then I am willing to keep those people in those positions and to make sure that they can be here and still support their families and their lives, and that they're just not throwing away hours and years of their time barely making it. We don't want to see anyone in that position. When we talk about a deficit, we don't want them in a deficit either. But I agree with my colleagues with the fact that I know Mr. Moore is supposed to have a very important meeting on Friday, and so I hope that that meeting that he has on Friday helps him produce some much needed information on Monday. So when we're talking about we need a plan, I hope that it's not, that it's understood that we're saying we need more than just a plan of how we continue funding this, but also the alternative of the other thing that needs funding. How do we do that? And I've already said before, water rates were raised illegally here a couple of years back, like 3 different times. And so, as someone that works in water, that is literally what I do with my day all day. I sit on committees trying to figure out how we get affordable water, not only in the state of Michigan, but just across the country. And so I can't, in good conscience, sit on those boards, do the work that I do every single day in water and water advocacy, and then turn around and say, yeah, on the one end, I'm fighting to figure out how to get affordable water, but then on the other end, I'm sitting here putting people in a position to where they will have to pay more for water, and we're starting talking about raising water rates 10 years into a crisis. I'm not willing to put the residents through that if we can avoid it. I've already stated that once before, that you will be very hard pressed to get a yes vote from me about raising water rates. That's just probably not going to happen, and everybody else up here can do what they need to do. So my thing is we're going to have to come up with another solution, but I do support employees getting the pay they deserve.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'm just going to go back to my spot. This is the vote to send resolution
240116.
Yeah, pages for them to council, to
Special affairs.
Special affairs. Yes, roll call vote, please.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to special affairs. The next resolution is 240118. Please entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion that we send 118 to council.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to send 240118 to council. Is there support? It's been moved and properly second by Mr. Pfeiffer to send resolution 240118 to council. Is there any discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair, through you to, is this planning and development?
Yes, Emily.
Miss Emily, Miss Stewart. I did read down further. This is actually coming out of a grant that we received, right?
That is correct. We did receive the Michigan Department of Natural Resources, a grant for this in 2014. We're finally moving forward.
Wow.
This was a grant awarded from the Michigan DNR in June 2014.
In 2014?
Yeah.
So,
oh my gosh.
So why?
Oh yeah, I did see.
So why has this grant been just sitting there? What?
We are moving forward now.
Well, let's move forward. Let's go ahead and approve this. I'll be voting to, send this to council. I can't believe this grant has been sitting there since 2014.
Yeah, we are excited. I will say this is in tandem with over $400,000 of CDBG funds that have been invested in McKinley Community Center because of the fire that happened there in the summer of 2017. And so that the tandem of these two investments of the community center, which we are working to actually through our Clyde is running point with our lease situation to actually lease that out for community groups for youth services. And then on top of it, you have this grant, which is for an accessible pathway, ADA accessible pathway down to Thread Lake, as well as a kayak canoe launch.
Okay. Well, I'll be supporting this moving to council. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Piper.
Emily, that was embarrassing. I hope do we have any other grants that are out there, outstanding?
Look at her face.
No, we have been, since I started last June, we have been making sure that anything that was needed to be closed out is getting closed out. Any findings that were there from years past are getting cleaned up. So no, it's been a joy to work with my staff to get everything caught up.
A while back, you mentioned the fire at the facility. Is construction done? I haven't been over there in a while. Construction done, the building's open.
So everything, the only thing left is the final installation of a drinking fountain. That is the one thing left, and then we will have our CFO. And we've started the process to figure out the lead entity that will have a lease with the city for it, and then how that will work with other entities that they want to bring in. So it's but the big goal around there is a lot of youth programming.
And this is for a bike path, walking path?
Yeah, so this grant is for, it's because the community center is kind of not a hill per se, but there's an incline down to get down to Thread Lake, and so this would actually construct an ADA accessible path down to Thread Lake to like there's an observation area, and then also there would be a kayak canoe launch to provide accessibility to use Thread Lake as a recreational asset.
Because this doesn't, as far as the information I see, doesn't say anything about the other funds that you mentioned. So what are the other funds that you mentioned?
The other fund, the funds that were invested in the community center.
Oh, I thought that you said that there was more money. I thought you said this was in conjunction. So this is a standalone project.
Correct. I was just saying that I wanted to reassure you that we don't have a burned out community center that we're then trying to build a path next to. So yes. Yep.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Hearing none? Second round? Any discussion? This is the roll call vote to move 240118 to council. Can't see you. Dead silence.
Mr. Piper is not in. Mr. Allen.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Murphy Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Bouchard.
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no. That will be moved to council. I would like to order a 5-minute recess for everybody to take a break without objection.
I object.
Okay, then, so we'll go forward. The next resolution is 240119. Change order number 1, Park Partnership Agreement, City of Flint, Genesee County Parks and Recreation Commission.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I would like to make a motion that we move 240119 to council.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to send 240119 to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Through you to Ms. Dewar. So Ms. Dewar, this is another grant that we have been awarded. Don't tell me this grant has been.
No. This is, for a few years now, Genesee County Parks, there's been a parks partnership where their staff are able to mow our parks and pick up the trash far more regularly than what was happening before. And so we are wanting to continue that again this year. The Mott Foundation does give a grant, which actually, that grant was accepted by this body of $620,000. So that grant was has been received by the city, accepted by this body. Now we want to put that under contract with them. So again, they can be mowing parks all summer long, picking up trash. There's some light maintenance that comes with that. That they do in tandem with some of the park doctors as well. But in addition, and this is really exciting, there is another component of a long-standing project called the Grand Traverse Greenway, and that is a project that has been in the works for over 10 years. Finally, about I think a year or two ago, the final acquisition of the CSX rail line that had been abandoned that heads south from 2nd Street over here, all the way down to almost the old Fisher Body plant on South Saginaw. That CSX rail line was acquired by the city after many years of negotiation. So now we want to make that into a trail similar to our trail that goes out to Genesee Valley, our trail that goes up to Bluebell Beach. We would need to have management of that, like project management of actually doing that trail. We want to partner and have Genesee Parks do it the way that they did these other trails. They did them well, and they were able to get additional Michigan Natural Resource Trust funds and TAP grants, and so we want to do that again. Finally, park reservations. We want people to be able to reserve our parks online, make the payments online, and coordinate so that way you don't have any lawn mowing happening during your family reunion, or you don't have you get there because you made a reservation and the trash isn't picked up because they're going to pick it up the next day. None of that. We want them to coordinate so then that way all of our events, the mowing is done the day before, the trash is picked up the day before or the morning before the event, so that way people who reserve park pavilions have a much better experience without us having to pay for a new software. So we'd be using their existing reservation software as well as the scheduling of their maintenance, which they are already doing because of the Mott grant.
Okay. So the 620,000 here, this is going to take care of all of that. Okay, good deal. I will be supporting this resolution to move to council. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So Emily, when they reserve these parks, will they be reserving them between dusk and dawn anytime soon? You know where I'm going with that, right? Okay. Thank you. I'll support it.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Second round? Seeing none, this is what?
What, nothing? I'm like, don't worry me. We won't let them get.
Don't get me.
Don't get me. I'm just keeping it.
Do you have a question about 240119?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, not like what?
Go ahead.
So, project management and oversight. And this is a grant through the Mott Foundation?
Yes, the Mott Foundation is paying for the mowing and the trash pickup at all the parks. The project management and oversight language is referring to the Grand Traverse Greenway, which is a project that we want to move forward to actually repave the old CSX rail line that we were able to finally acquire, that from 2nd Street down to South Saginaw, similar to our trails that go out to Genesee Valley and up to Bluebell. So it would be another trail.
So what about the trail on the north side of the river?
Is it already paved? Sorry.
Hold on. It's gonna be a bike trail or walk trail?
The one that isn't done yet, that they would do project management of the construction, or, because they will also be, they do, I'm sorry,
You okay?
which trail can I answer a question?
So you talking about from the field, going back? Give me, I'm trying to visualize where you at.
The Grand Traverse Greenway, which would be a new trail
Grand
construction.
Traverse.
It starts at Second over at Stockton House, that, right behind Stockton House, the, Spring Grove. There's a CSX rail line that we've acquired that then goes down straight, crosses Grand Traverse, kind of, on a, southeastern angle, and comes out right, if you are at South Saginaw and Atherton. That is the old rail line that now we want to pave for another trail.
Okay.
And that would all be grant funded. They would be applying on our behalf for the Natural Resources Trust Fund, as well as for additional Transportation Alternatives Program TAP funding, and they would manage that.
Okay, I'm clear now. I was on the whole other.
Love it.
Yeah, all right, thank you. That's it.
Okay. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Second round? Hearing no movement, this is the vote to send resolution 240119 to council.
Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Shaq?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer's not in. Vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. The next resolution is 240082.1, approval obsolete property rehabilitation exemption certificate for 2957 Carr Street. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move 240082.1 to council.
Is there support?
Support it.
Okay, it's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Yes, could you, Emily, could you explain to us what this will do if we approve it?
Absolutely. There's actually a public hearing for this on Monday, and the property owner will be here to answer questions. We've talked about this before. This was the property owner that wants to invest monies into the properties at 2957 Carr to make that into housing. They actually did get the zoning approval. Specifically, they want to target veteran housing. The question was, what are you going to do with $450,000 when I believe the councilperson from the Fifth Ward noted that there were multiple buildings on this site, I think you said. And so I heard that and asked the property owner if they need to come, and they will be here on Monday to present exactly what that looks like. What does that rehab of these buildings look like? How many units? How is $450,000 going to be spread? Because these days it doesn't go that far with construction and rehab. So they will be here on Monday. There will be a public hearing. This is on tonight's agenda.
This will be a public hearing for Monday?
Yes, and that's what this body set that 2 weeks ago. So thank you, and with the help of our clerk, thank you. And so they will be here. What this is, it would be capping their taxes at the current rate, and then when they invest the funds into it, they would not have a raise of their property taxes. For the recommendation that the Economic Development Corporation made was a recommendation of a 4-year tax abatement. So for 4 years, they would not see an increase in their taxes, even though they are investing all this money. And that was the request they did.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Hearing none, this is the vote to send 240082.1 to council.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
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 The vote is 5 yes, 0 no. That motion passes. That will be sent to council. The next resolution is 240120. I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to send to 40120 contract Ernst & Young management of ARPA funds revised for fiscal year 24 to council.
There's a motion on the floor to send 240120. Council's your support. Is there support?
Support.
Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Have at it first. Go ahead.
No, I'm gonna let my colleague who separated this speak first, then I want to hear what she'd like to say as well.
I'm trying to find the thing in my packet, so go ahead.
Oh, God. I second this motion, not because I was in love with this compliance firm. I second it so that we can have discussion for the record.
Yeah.
You know, I just want to be clear. You know,
I can explain what the difference is. When we last talked about this, Councilmember Pfeiffer wants additional language added to the contract since we had moved the funds from the ARPA fund to the general fund, and he wanted the language to reflect that. These were no longer ARPA dollars, but we were still following the same protocol. So we did that, and there's also a reduction in some of the cost for that. We've just implemented what Mr. Pfeiffer had requested before.
so this is no change, and we just moving ARPA funding since we moved to general funds. We just moving what we already approved.
Right, and then basically, we're still gonna have oversight by Ernst & Young. So we follow the same basic rules that we had before with ARPA, but these aren't dollars now, but we're still gonna be treated the same and following it the same as we have been. We're just had the language adjusted to meet the concerns of the council last time.
I really don't know what he just said, but
Nothing's changed, you already know that.
But
Point of information.
you point.
Sorry. You said nothing's changed, you already know we're doing it.
I'll yield.
Any other discussion?
Madam
Go
Chair,
ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
where is Ernest & Young? I mean, we have not seen Ernest & Young, and they're asking to go into year 3.
If you would like them to show up, I can have them show up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we would like for them to show up. In fact, I'm gonna make an amended motion to send 240120 to Special Affairs. Because, yeah, go ahead.
Is there support?
Support.
I'll give it to Mr. Murphy.
And then, along with that, can we have like a special order, a short special order? Because I would like for Ernest & Young to tell us exactly what they're gonna do in year 3. What's going on?
If we do a special order, that happens, we do a special order, that happens at the end. It's better for us to go ahead and do what we've been doing, and we can extend discussion time if necessary, rather than having a special order, because the resolution would come before the special order, because in our rules of the special orders come last.
We can always amend the agenda.
I'm just saying.
No, I want it done the way that I want it done.
Amen.
I was elected to this seat.
There you go.
So I want to have a special order Councilwoman Michelle, if that's, because we really need to know what's going on with Ernest and Europe. And if we're gonna be extending something for another year, we wanna know what they're gonna be doing in year 3. So.
I'll invite them to show up on Monday.
Thank you. So we just made a motion, it was supported.
Yep. To go to special affairs. Is there any discussion? Which point?
Are we on 120?
Yep.
The motion is to send to special affairs.
Yes. Any other discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So are we saying, and I think that's why, in the rules, I want to be clear, you saying that when we do special orders, so say for instance, we got the food market that's been waiting patiently all night to be on the 20-minute agenda that we set. So all special orders, because I want to be clear about this one right here. So moving forward, even in the new rules that we can adopt in these old rules, all special orders have to go at the end of any resolution and agenda item. So right now, we got someone been waiting for us to go through all of these resolutions now. And before we can get to them, we gotta go through all these resolutions. So if she wanna do a resolution for special order for Monday to hear from,
We can do.
You can move it. You can move it once you.
but when I just tried to move, earlier, I tried to move to have them speak before, so they won't be here all night. But I was told by
Request for information.
Yeah, I didn't hear that conversation.
Request for information. Councilman Murphy, do you realize that you could have made an agenda change?
We gonna make this clear, because we
Filibuster around, sir.
game.
You know you filibuster
So hold
around.
on. At the beginning of the meeting, I wanted the food market to speak prior to us getting through all of these resolutions, but I was told by Judy that any special order for the food market had to come at the end of all the resolutions. So therefore, they still sitting in the audience going close to 11, been here since 5. And the reason why they here, because that's important to them, so they sitting in the audience because I was told that they only could go on the end of the agenda.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Mr. Murphy, they go on the end per the rules, however, a motion is always in order to put where you want it.
And I said without objection, that's where I would put it. If you objected, you would have had the opportunity to move it forward with a vote.
Yeah, where you running your time?
Point of information.
We playing these games.
Point of information.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Murphy, do you realize on page 6 of 17 of our council rules, it does tell us the order in which we are to handle agenda items? But as stated by a colleague, the April order motion is always in order, so you could have moved into the beginning of the agenda.
But my colleague, you knew exactly what I was trying to do to get them in and out. And if you knew that I could have did it another way, you
Mr.
should.
Murphy,
I'm just saying.
Mr.
Not even
Murphy,
in your
my
job, sir.
position to
Get to the
you
point.
was I will put them after the special order for the council budget hearings, and I will order it without objection.
Why would somebody want to sit down here, but for real, why would someone want to have to sit?
Without objection, Mr. Murphy, I will order anything on the agenda per our council rules. If you object, you need to make that known.
I did not
and then
want
make a
them on the
motion.
end of the meeting and have to sit down here and wait through all of this resolution.
Point of order.
Which point?
Are we on someone's time right now? Is this
We
a
on
call
my-
to
we on
somebody?
my time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
And
anyways,
also,
go
the
ahead, Mr.
longer
Murphy.
I go back and forth, the
Yeah.
longer they sit there.
We on my time.
Okay.
Because I just wanted to be clear, because when you said special order for that, and then you had to make sure you get it together, a light bulb went up in my head, because I did not want them to have to sit down there, Trishelle and the young lady with the food market. I
I did not never plan on y'all having to wait no 5 hours to speak on y'all 20 minutes. Had I known that we could have, y'all would have been in and out. That's what we did.
You're talking about, sir. Then what you say?
They knew what I was trying to do.
I told you, Michelle Young don't play that stuff.
We here, so I apologize, and when we get to y'all, we will get to y'all and do what we can to listen, to hear you guys out. That's all I got to say.
What's your request?
What do you mean by they?
Because who was that?
Oh, no, not they. Well, let me clear that up, because y'all about to jump. Y'all both over there about to jump me. Y'all have nothing to do with this situation, but I just want to be careful, because Jerry Winfrey Carter, when she just enlightened me, I'm like, hold on, because I never wanted them to have to wait this long. I would have never did them like that.
Mr. Murphy, if you had objected to where I was putting the special order,
You
you should have
well,
said.
you knew I
And I
wanted
said
it.
without objection several times.
You knew
Go
I didn't
ahead,
want it
Mr.
on
Murphy,
it.
continue with your 30 minutes, 30 seconds.
I'm just saying, you knew I did not want them on the end. You knew exactly what I was trying to do, and I'm letting you know for the record, you knew exactly what I was trying to do and put them on a meeting agenda way before then. And I did not want them on no end of no meeting. You knew what you was doing. I'm done.
Go ahead. Is there any other discussion?
Yes, I just wanna say this. It has always been customary that when we have guests in the house and they're waiting as far as the special order, you can always move it up on the agenda. Because no, we do not want our guests to be sitting here all through, I mean, it's almost 11 o'clock, you know. I had no idea, Councilman Murphy, that you had asked that question or what. I didn't know what was going on. But yes, always remember when you have guests and when they're here to speak, as far as a special order, is the special order on the agenda?
Mm-hmm. It is.
All the way at the end.
It was added. You could have made a motion to move it up, you know, to where you wanted it to be. Because no, it's not right that they've sat here all this time. I mean, I'm sure they're not gonna talk more than, what, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. We could have been done and they could have been done and out. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Where's Paul Harris?
We're discussing, by the way, we're discussing sending 120 special affairs.
I will support sending it to special affairs. And I hope, Mr. Moore, that Ernst & Young shows up, because I don't think we've seen them in 6 months.
3 years, sir. Correction.
And I've been asking, where are the ARPA reports that we're supposed to be posting on the website that haven't been posted since 2022? So I have to imagine that if, and I got your response on that, Mr. Moore, I have to imagine if Ernst & Young was preparing these reports as we're paying them, then we can't blame those reports not being posted on the website on the audit.
I'm not, no, I guess, I misunderstood your question. I thought the link that you had on your email took me to the audit report.
No, my question specifically was, we were posting the audit, or not the audit, I'm sorry, you got me saying audit. The ARPA reports, the reports that are due, that we're supposed to, I believe,
Point of information about the CIR
with the Department of Treasury. We were posting those on our website. And we started that precedent. CFO changed, you know, blah, blah, blah. We stopped doing that.
Okay.
And if Ernst & Young was producing these reports, putting them on the website as a precedent that we started, shouldn't be not put on because the audit is delayed.
No, I agree with you. I was not aware that those were being posted to the website.
So we can get those posted?
Yeah.
Because they haven't been posted since 2022.
Okay.
And I don't know that anybody on this council, maybe Judy, has seen these reports. But I don't think anybody has seen them in the past year, at least. The reports that are filed to the Treasury Department.
Okay. We can get those posted.
That was my question. When I emailed.
Okay, I misunderstood your question. Yes, those could be posted.
No, I know the audit is what it is, so I wasn't asking for those reports, I was asking about the ARPA.
I can ask for those reports.
What's that?
I'll ask for those audit reports.
So, I'd like to know what they're going to do going forward.
Thank you.
I'll make sure that those get posted.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Seeing none, this is the vote to send resolution 240120 to special affairs.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Murphy-Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Alomar?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no's. That will be sent to special affairs. Next resolution is 240121, substantial amendment, City of Flint Coronavirus Aid, Relief and Economic Development Security Act, CARES Community Development Block Grant, CDBG.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I'd like to send resolution 240121 to council.
Motion on the floor to send 240121 to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded to send it to council. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair, since Emily has already made her way up here, we might as well hear from her. Go ahead. Madam Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
Good evening, council again. So this is a special, one-time monies that came in CARES Act, so during the COVID pandemic, and specifically has to be used on things to prevent the spread or prepare for preparation to be prepared for the next pandemic. And that was what the language had. And so the funds that were put out, they were put out in various ways. For a few reasons, and I don't want to go there too much, contracts didn't get spent. Specifically, 1.425 million of it didn't get spent. So in the interest of time, I won't go there, but instead, we need these funds spent. They have to be allocated and spent. So right now, we have to have the plan resubmitted to HUD actually in the next week, 60 days, and then they have to actually all be spent actually by the end of this year. So being able to do that, and so we don't lose the funds, we are doing this reprogramming on things that we know can spend the money now, and also meet the reaction to the pandemic either through increasing outdoor recreation, increasing access to food, or increasing operational efficiency for the department itself. So those are the categories in front of you. I was trying to be brief. I can keep going.
No, I'm fine. I just wanted to make sure that residents have an explanation for what this was as well. I'll yield.
Any other discussion? Go ahead.
Emily, I think year two, I don't know, maybe the last time we did these CBDG funds, we already gave Cronin Derby Downs money.
So, so this is that, so the award to Cronin Derby Downs to renovate and have them be able to use for recreation, that didn't happen. So I know that sounds, so the funds that were awarded for CDBG then got spent on a fire truck last year. as part of timeliness, so those funds got reprogrammed, and so now because we committed to it, but then those existing action plan funds got spent, and this was during my predecessor's time, we are now, because it's an eligible outdoor recreation, which is part of an eligible activity for the CARES Act funds, we can now fund it with this, because those funds got used for other things.
What was the original funding amount? I don't think it was 625,000.
537,000, I believe, is the number. If I remember, 537, and it was, the increase is because, frankly, we had to get it rebid, because I believe that was 2 years ago in the action plan for 22-23.
So this is going to spur a lot of questions. Because we approved it, I don't remember anything saying that maybe it was part of the resolution for the fire truck or whatnot. Are there other dollars that we took from other people?
Ooh. In the reprogramming that bought a fire truck last April before I was here, or for this resolution?
Since we approved the CBDG funds that had this, how do I phrase this? How many other programs are being re-diverted and not being funded from CBDG after we approve them?
I'll try to be as brief as possible. So the CDBG has two parts. There's an annual action plan that this body approves each year. Then each of those are tied to that year's funding, and you have a 4-year window for those funds to be spent. So then we try to track and make sure that they're being spent. Some people don't spend them, so then we try to reprogram them so that way they can be spent. On top of that, there's a thing called timeliness, which means the overall aggregate amount of unspent funds over the last 4 years that we have open activities. A percentage of all of that has to be spent every year by May 2nd, and that's the timeliness exercise. And so then we look at that if there's a contract that's from 2 years ago that hasn't been spent and there's issues, we will reprogram that to then be spent on something that can happen and spend the funds so that way, because timeliness is a measure to make sure we don't lose money for the next year allocation.
So with next month being May 2nd, are we going to have emergency?
Well, I started this job in June, and we started working on timeliness in June, and so no, we are actually, for regular CDBG, you don't have to do a reprogramming because we started working on it last June.
So Emily, that's not how we do things.
Point of information,
Yes.
we not only reprogram at the last minute, we also repay back loans.
Yes, I know, it's bad. But we are improving internal operations within the department.
I can see your tenure's not going to last because that's not how we do things. Well, that's good to hear. I would, because we had this whole thing with the Derby. So do they have a time that they're actually going to, is there a plan or a timeline of when stuff is going to start now?
The hope is if this body approves this reprogramming, that the contract would be in place and they would actually break ground in May. And this money would be spent this summer on the resurfacing and that entire area, the facility, I'll call it.
Because I know that we approved these dollars, and I was kind of getting frustrated on what skip out the money.
No.
Okay, so
Yes, it never happened because instead that money had to be reprogrammed.
So is there a report I can look at to see which ones have been reprogrammed so that we can determine?
Yes, I can
programs we
provide
should
them
be
to all
reading on?
thank you over the last few years. Yes.
Is there any other discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I would like for you to be able to finish up and not have to be so quick on what Councilman Pfeiffer was saying.
Yeah, talk to food, the grocery store.
I can definitely get you the.
The black people
that
grocery store
report.
lady, I don't know that now.
The other component of, this is if, I will just say that this specifically is different than regular CDBG, which has all the eligible activities, but then these specific activities were, have the extra threshold of having the COVID reaction, reacting to the pandemic or preparing to be prepared against the next one. So that was the other, I guess, additional reason why these things are being requested to be funded for this versus it. You might say, well, why don't you just give regular CDBG to the food bank? Well, it's an eligible activity and to be responding to the impacts on food costs that the pandemic had. So we might as well use it for, and because they can spend these funds in the next 6 months.
So the advisory committee, did they make recommendations?
So the citywide advisory committee has been a part of every regular CDBG. They were not a part of this CARES Act CDBG because it's a separate one-time pot of funds.
So who made the decision to allocate funds to different projects?
We looked at the it's page 213 of the packet. If you look, there's these 4 contracts at the top of that page that just didn't get spent. And then we had to, as a staff, come together to say, what are things that we know meet the CDBG, CV extra requirements of preparedness or responsiveness to the pandemic that also could be spent in a effective timeline to meet the deadline for spending and would have a positive impact on the community. And that's where funding the recreation facility that got kind of funds taken away, grants management for the department, which is going to help with efficiency to actually manage all these grants better than what they have been, and then mobile food pantry to get more food bank foods out to all of our food pantries around the city, and then also getting more food distribution for Catholic charities, specifically the warming center. We want to try to make sure that there are additional dollars for not even this year, but also as next winter starts, they can have additional food. So, and those 4 contracts that did not get spent are the Chamber 535, the Habitat, the Genesee County Health Department, and Genesee County Health Systems, and that's a whole other conversation. Each of them were good ideas, but for different reasons, the program design for each of the 4 never was able to move forward during COVID.
All right, thank you. That's it.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Hearing none, this is the vote, second round. Any discussion in the second round?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, Emily, you mean to tell me that the small business assistance, probably a program similar to the gentleman sitting back there wants to fund the Genesee Chamber couldn't spend these money?
So again,
and on top of that, we got residents begging for homeowner repair, and we can't spend $500,000. Explain it to me. Draw me a sketch, Emily.
No, you're good. So these 4 grants that were pulled together again during the pandemic were very specific about how the program design had to be, that every dollar spent had to be very much tied to show that it was a response to the pandemic. And the program design for each of these 4 struggled to be able to do that in a way that met federal regulation. I'll just say that. So the small business assistance, for example, in order to spend CDBG CV funds on small business assistance, you had to be able to document in like 8 different ways, because they were CV funds, how the business was adversely impacted by the pandemic. And that just ended up not making sense for them to actually try to do that because of, again, the restrictiveness of the CARES Act language. And same with homeowner repair. You had to show that the homeowner repair had happened because of the pandemic. And so, so really what, in my opinion, these contracts should have never been put in place, because they should have been more careful about what they funded was actually going to be eligible, being tied back to the pandemic, but I wasn't here at that time.
It's a struggle for me that those programs weren't able to get off the ground, but we can put $600,000 towards a soapbox derby.
Because it's a recreational facility that would encourage people to get outside, where they will not have as much of a spread of the pandemic. Because one of the things they showed was they want more recreational activities, because COVID spread airborne when people were inside.
No, I hear you. I hear you.
We've spent a lot of time trying to exactly make sure that what we funded is going to meet the pandemic overlay of additional requirements. Yeah. This was a one-time funding. We won't have to do this again unless there's another payment.
Does this exhaust all of these funds?
Yes.
I swear to you, we can't get out of our own damn way. Okay. I mean, is this the best use of the funds, or is it the only use of the funds that we can come up with such short numbers?
I mean, we could spend all of 1.4 million of it on food. Food costs have gone through the roof. We know that. Food costs are. So we could do all of it through but we also wanted to make sure that the Cronin Derby Downs project did get funded, since those funds got reprogrammed last spring, and it is an eligible use of the funds. We want to get a grants management system because that will help us get out of our own way to use that. I really do think that there would be better tracking of the very talented people who work for me. It will help them be more efficient when processing payment requests and when tracking the 2019 funds that are funding this, but the 2020 funds funding this, and how do we time this and all of that. And then the remaining is for food. So, but I mean, if you wanted to say all 1.4 million should go to food, I mean, I know people, that's a need, and that is an eligible expense because of the impact on food costs that the pandemic had.
I mean, I'll vote for whatever the colleagues want to, but I would, I guess I'm going to struggle spending $625,000 on that. That gets me to use 3 times a year. So that's where I'm struggling. Is there a greater need for something else versus a soapbox derby that gets used twice a year?
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So the food market that is getting ready to be in the last phase, could they have been eligible for these dollars to be reprogrammed to help them get through what they're trying to get through?
So we can use it on food. We can't use it on the construction of a grocery store. Does that make sense? So it can be used on food because food costs have gone up. To say that it needs to be spent on the construction costs, that is ineligible, because that is not, you can't say that that's in response to the pandemic.
Okay, so they on the end, and I'm just thinking, okay, say they purchased the food, could some of this funding have helped them? And then even if we try to get them $300,000, they could have taken the $300,000 on the hard cost of ARPA dollars, and then we could have used some of this money to help them purchase the food that they need to get the grocery store up and running.
No, because this food has to be given away.
Say that again?
This food that is purchased with these grant dollars has to be given away. You
They have to
can't,
be given away.
that's
So,
why
because they selling it.
that would be enriching their business, which, I mean, I love the business, but these grant funds need to just, with buying food, it would be spent on food that is given to people.
It's not, it won't be able to help them with no hard costs at all.
These CDBG CV funds have to be specifically tied to a response to the pandemic. And so there's not to be used on construction of a new anything.
So what's the W that?
So that is a recreational facility that was in the 23, 24, or maybe 22, 23 action plan that then those funds got reprogrammed by fire truck last April for timeliness purposes. And again, the reason why the hope has been that if repaved and cleaned up, that then there would be other uses that could be coming from that. It could be used for running, for a hill. We don't have a lot of hills in this community, so it could be used for hill training, for crim teams, to prep for the Bradley Hills. It could be used for other things. That is the hope. But again,
I guess I'm kind of confused.
Yep.
Because we saying, one, they can't do hard costs, but we can do recreational.
You can recreational, because recreational facilities would then encourage people during a pandemic to get outside and not have the disease spread. Again, this is all tied to COVID. I'm sorry to say.
So what about Ophelia Bonner Park, the lane that we go down there? We could have used some of this money to repave that lane.
If that was an application that had been submitted, then yes, but that's never been submitted.
How did y'all put out the application?
Well, this was specifically a CDBG fund, this was in a CDBG action plan that was approved by this body 3 years ago.
Prior to us being on it?
But it didn't.
It didn't get used? Okay.
But I love that idea, and I think that should get, send me that. Send me that's a thing that you want.
I mean, I'm just saying,
No,
because like he said, you finna spend $600,000 on that, what you call it, I don't even never heard of, I mean, I ain't never did nothing like that, so I don't even know what it is, but anywho.
It's really nice.
So none of this funding could have helped them at all. So they applied for community development block grant dollars before they was awarded some funding.
Yes, $250,000 in 2016.
So you could not have increased that $250,000 even though they lacked the ability, or I ain't gonna say lack the ability, they just shortfall on some of the funding because of increased costs and whatever, construction or whatever. So they did have an application in within this 3-year time frame. I'm not sure when they applied. There was no way to extend a contract and be like, okay, we gave y'all $250,000, we know y'all short, we want to give y'all, allocate some of this funding. That could not have happened with them because y'all don't cover higher costs, and it was only food that was given away.
Thank you.
This money, yes.
Any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round? Seeing none, this is the vote to send 240121 to council.
Ms. Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Shad?
Yes.
Mr. Piper? Mr. Piper?
Yes.
Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Say something, Murphy.
Yes and no.
What?
Yes. Oh.
Ms. Priestley? yes, 0 no.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That motion, that resolution will go to council. I'll entertain a motion from Ms. Winfrey Carter for 240122.
Still young,
Madam Chair, I would like to make a resolution, make a motion that we drop 240122.
There is a motion on the floor to postpone indefinitely 240122. Is there support?
Support.
It's moved and properly seconded to postpone indefinitely 240122. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Yes. I'm going to take my hand first. Sorry. This resolution was already approved on March 18th, so it's a duplicate. That's why we have to drop it. That's why I wanted to stop the discussion.
Oh, okay. Because I was about to go in.
I know. So this is a duplicated resolution.
Okay.
Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, this is the vote to drop indefinitely 240122.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Piper?
Yes.
Mr. Oliver?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That resolution has been dropped. The next resolution is 240123, reallocation of ARPA funds, mental health referrals to services, support for Flint Odyssey House.
Yes.
Is there a motion? Yes.
I'll, make a motion to move resolution 240123, reallocation of ARPA funds, mental health referrals and services. Support Flint Odyssey House Incorporation to council. I support it.
And it's been supported by Mr. Alvin. Any discussion?
Yes. Could
Go
you
ahead.
just, Odyssey, I know they've been around for a long time. Is this to do additional programming or keep sustaining existing programs and what they are doing?
Absolutely, and I'm doing this on behalf of Shelley, who is at a conference, so she's who wrote the resolution. This is to expand some of their peer recovery coaching services. They actually want to, the service will provide a person an expansion to actually increase all of their mental health services, that they can have more staff, not just within the building, but operating outside of the building. That is one of the, in their documentation that they submitted, it did talk about how sometimes that active substance abuse clients who are within the program but not housed there, they need a different type of peer recovery coaching and services, and so this would help expand that beyond what they are currently doing within their facility in Marion Hall.
So is the Odyssey House still on Martin Luther King, or is it moving in the Baker? I heard it was moving to the Baker College campus.
I also understand that it is moving. I don't know where. I will try to figure that out and follow up with you as quickly as I can.
Okay. You think we can have that by Monday?
To figure out where Odyssey House is moving?
Yes.
It's built on. Yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. I'm done.
And thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to look for at this time? Councilman Pfeiffer, you have the floor.
So, if they move to the Baker campus, how would we guarantee that these funds are being spent on Flint residents? You knew I was going to ask that.
Yeah, and that's why I don't know where they're moving.
They are moving to Baker.
Oh, thank you, Councilwoman. Okay. So, yeah.
Because that's burden.
That is burden. So I think one of the things that, because this is to help provide services not within their facility, that it would be something that would provide services to people living in Flint, is how I understand what they submitted.
Because I didn't know that the Flint Odyssey House provided an outpatient service.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And long as we can ensure that these are gonna be spent on Flint residents.
Just so you know, we spent almost 6 hours with Ernst & Young last Wednesday to go through beneficiary data and exact documentation for all 11 community grant categories of what documentation is being submitted to prove things happen, what are we actually measuring data and measuring success. We spent time going through all 11 categories, so then that way all of that is embedded into all of these contracts, and there will be clarity. So I'm happy to tell you that we now have that information per the regs that were interpreted by Ernst & Young.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, any other discussion? Any other discussion in the first round? Seeing none, any discussion in the second round? Seeing none, this is the vote to send resolution 240123 to council.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Machado?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That motion, that resolution will go to council. The next resolution and our final resolution for the night is 240124, reallocation of ARPA funds, youth job training, City of Flint Clean and Safe Summer Youth Job Training Program.
That's so good. Our last resolution.
Is there a motion?
I'll move, resolution 240124, the reallocation of ARPA funds, youth job training to the City of Flint Clean and Safe Summer Youth Job Training Program to council.
Is there support?
I support it.
Okay, it's been moved and properly seconded to move 240124 to council. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Emily, how did these organizations get chose for, and I nothing against it. Who chose these organizations?
So from what I can read in the resolution that I did not write, I don't see that there's actually organizations identified. There is a reference to there is a reference to the organizations that are involved with our CVIPI that references, and that's the crime prevention grant that Seamus Span is the point of contact. So those organizations are referenced, but the actual $200,000 for the youth job training, I don't see that there are organizations referenced in this resolution. I can tell you that there are many youth job training applications that were submitted for ARPA, many, like 25 or 30 different organizations submitted, and at this time, I can't tell you how this connects to that. I'm sorry.
Mr. Murphy, I have answers for you.
Before you have your answers, and I just wanted to talk about the summary in the background where it focuses on crime reduction and gun violence, including peacekeepers, men's movement, wild outreach, and early trauma recovery center. So when it talks about that right there, including, that's what made me think that these organizations were included in this funding that were getting ready to be awarded. Now, to you, Judy.
Okay. This is a proposal from the mayor. There is 2.5.
Is this a request for information?
Yeah, this is a request for
information.
There is $2.5 million in the youth job training. All of it was for community grants. This is not a community grant program. This is a program proposed by the mayor. There was no application that went through the committee process for this program. Does that answer your question?
Thank you. So, sometimes I can't stand you, but no, I'm just playing. I forgot. I gotta turn my microphone off
What will this program do? What are they gonna be cleaning up the neighborhood? They gonna be what? I mean,
All of the above. That is my understanding, is that this would be specifically to hire youth for having different sites for a 5-week period. They'd be paid $11 an hour for 29 hours each week from June 17th to July 19th, and this would provide mostly, I'm guessing, cleanup. But they could do other
they're gonna
things.
be working up under Arnold Brown or police department.
No.
Yeah, help me with this right here. I mean, you know, that's why I said.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Judy, we have people talking. We have Councilman Murphy. He's on his time talking, but I'm hearing other people talking.
Point with lady. Go on, Ms. Murphy.
So, the point that I'm trying to get to is help me understand what it says City of Flint clean and safe summer youth job truck. Cause I'm just thinking about in my ward on the east side. I was like, I sure hope they gonna be cleaning up over there on New York and on Illinois Street. You know, I just need to know how would this help change, or is it we go cherry pick where we have youth working?
Host organizations will have to be selected for this.
Say that one more time.
The host organizations will have to be selected. It's a 2-page application, proof of nonprofit status. They have to have insurance. They have to have been open for 2 years, and they have to have qualified staff in order to be selected as a host site for the clean and safe summer youth job training.
So, for instance, those groups that's doing the.
I mean, I'm here because I'm the last person up that's still here.
So
That's the only reason I'm at the podium right now. I really wish Shelley or Clyde could be here and talk to them here. I'm sorry.
So those clean and green groups, that's I call it the mom and pop store groups. They won't be eligible.
Because they don't have official nonprofit status, I assume, unless some of them do, but the ones who don't.
So 9 times out of 10, the hardest hit communities that don't meet those qualifications, don't have that capacity, won't be able to tap into these dollars. I got 2 seconds left.
Latinx are qualified.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Bichette.
So I think part of the problem here too is the name of the program, right? Clean and safe. It sounds like all they will be doing is cleaning, but that is not correct. So 5 to 7 sites will be chosen, and so if they happen to fill out an application, they can choose the site, one of the sites, or the people happen to just clean, and they'll be cleaning for the summer, that's fine. But they will also have the opportunity to work in other sectors beyond just cleaning and gardening. Any sector that has a nonprofit and would like to house the youth for the summer, they will be able to do that. They will get the $35,000, up to $35,000 for the administrative fee, and they will be responsible for the ARPA reporting to the city. Additionally, there is a poverty guideline as well for the youth that will be eligible for the program, so that makes sure that we're not cutting out any youth under a certain level of income, or they live in a household under a certain level of income. So this is making sure that some of the hardest hit youth in the city for at least 5 weeks will be paid $11 an hour. And so I'm trying to make sure I hit on everything else. But as far as if any of the sites have been chosen yet, the answer to that is no. Sites have to apply, and the sites have to be chosen by the city to actually be a site and house the youth for the summer. And I already stated the fact that they will be responsible for reporting through ARPA guidelines. They will also be responsible for reporting the youth progress within that 5 weeks as well. So there will be parameters to follow to make sure that these programs are successful, that when the youth are, that they are learning, and that they they have a different skill set by the end of the 5 weeks. Quincy, did that answer your question? I know it does.
Any other discussion?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Gore. Don't go.
You both know more than you do.
So you said, I thought I heard you say that this did not go through the, committee.
That is correct. This is separate from the ARPA applications that were received.
And, Madam Chair, you said that money has already been set aside for
There was no money in the council's plan for administrative use. It all had to go through community grants. So if you look at the council plan, it's 2.5 million, all of which is under community grants. And none of the grants that we've received fit this program.
Okay. So with that being said, I will not be supporting this. I just can't support this. You know, we had, it was a plan that everything should have gone through the committee. So why are we circumventing the plan? Why? And don't get me wrong, I love the youth. I want the youth to have jobs, but we have to be fair. We have to do things right. It has to be fair. And, you know, we do have Team Quest. A lot of the youth, I wish they would go through the Team Quest program because it's a very good program. And I think they even get paid a little more, if I'm not mistaken. The fact that this did not go through the committee, in which you guys know I was not for the committee, but, you know, don't circumvent going through the committee because we want to, you know, divvy up this money fairly. So I will not be supporting this. I love the youth. I've worked with youth for practically all of my career life since I've been out of college, and but we have to do things right. Thank you.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yeah, I won't be supporting it for a different reason. I won't be supporting it because it doesn't tell me who the money's going to and what they're going to do. So you want me to allocate $200,000, not you, Mr. Dorr, $200,000 and not tell me who it's going to, what it's going to do, and how it's, obviously jobs to youth is a benefit, but we should be able to determine what programs would benefit the most. And to me, the administration should come back to us after they solicited applications and tell us what these, the ones that they've chosen, are going to do. And so I won't be supporting it because this right here is not being transparent, because once they select it, it's probably not coming back before us to be determined. So I won't be supporting it until we can be transparent to say which organization and what these programs are going to do, or what these youth are going to do during their time. So, and I don't necessarily think that providing $200,000 that we should be creating jobs like this. I think we should try to find a different way to create programs that last more than one summer. So I will not be supporting this the way it's currently says. I yield.
Thank you. Anyone else? Hearing none, I'm going to take my time. When the mayor first brought this forward and was discussing this with me, he said, there's $2.5 million in that category. And I says, I think they're all community grants. And it started out at like $75,000. By the time we were done, he was up to $150,000. And the next day, it was $200,000. He has no clue. I support the concept. I don't support this project, this program. Also, some of the youth, this is for youth job training. When we developed the plan in conjunction with other philanthropic agencies, it was teaching youth skills. Carpentry, construction, plumbing, something that they can go on with to encourage our youth that are struggling so much to go on into life. I'm also disappointed in the quality of applications we got for this program, for that category, because most of them are not doing that. So that's disappointing to me, but this program does not cut it any shape, form, of imagination, because by taking $200,000 out of the youth job training, they're taking it from another program who went through the process. And that's one of my biggest problems. We had a process. We fought for that process. We fought the administration for the process. We fought council for that process. And this bypassed it all. And I know the mayor didn't support the process because it was fought with the mayor for the process. So and we've been fighting for the resolutions to come forward. We've been fighting, the committee finished their work in June. There are categories we haven't even touched yet. We need to get those money spent because the costs have gone up. Who had been thinking that they'd still be trying to get approval for their grants 9 months later, 10 months later? It's time to move them on. But this is not it, and so I'm voting against it. Is there any discussion in the second round?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So, let me be clear again. You saying that this $200,000 was not an application?
Correct.
So we complaining about an application that wasn't finished, the food market, or y'all said it was incomplete. And I hate to keep bringing that up, but here we finna give $200,000 to somebody that didn't even put an application in. Is we on the same page? We agree this time?
Yeah.
What? Oh my God.
It's amazing, Quincy. We're not fighting.
I know. So, thank you, Candace, for clearing that up. I was listening while she was in my ear talking, Judy like to talk. So, had y'all run names of people that probably was getting funded? I'm not against this right here. I'm against, now that I know that an application, I'm against the process. And then I do agree with you that we need to get this money allocated and spent. And here we got somebody that want $300,000 to help them across the line with the food market that can probably spend that money real quick. And we still haven't allocated the rest of this money. This is what I'm afraid gonna happen. Because I done saw this movie before. We gonna stall out allocating ARPA dollars
the deadline is gonna come. Watch this, so y'all heard it first. And they gonna take the money and reallocate it to where they want it allocated at because it gotta be spent. When you got people been coming, asking for money for so long that can spend the money real quick. And I'm afraid that we may not. So on that part, I kind of support this in a way to where I think you guys can spend the money because y'all probably got some money somewhere else that y'all can use because you gotta spend your own money first. This reimbursement, which we didn't even know. You know, or you can get what, 20% or 30%? What is it, 20 or 30? 20%? 20%?
That is correct.
So if you don't have the upfront money, we're gonna give all these opera dollars. Let me ask you this, just for an example. The contract of the $5 million that we gave to the housing thing, have that contract been finalized, and they still going through trying to figure out if the compliance firm will approve them to be able to?
There are contracts in place with Habitat, with Metro, with G-Card, and Disability Network for the...
Everything signed.
So all of that, it's the...
With everything signed.
Everything is signed and executed. I know that was part of the 6-hour meeting with Ernst & Young last week, was to finalize exactly what the beneficiary data would look like, so that way there is no more question about that. So
that's my point that I'm trying to make, to go back to this resolution, that we done signed contracts and approved ARPA funding for so many organizations and agencies, and they yet to, and ain't no telling how many outstanding contracts of ARPA funding with different organizations that they still waiting on people to sign off, and that's a problem to me. And I'm hoping that these people that's in position to be able to receive funding and move forward can be able to get some money and be made whole so that we won't be here. And I'm willing to work with you guys, but I'm just saying, with me being counsel, I'm seeing both sides of it. And some of the organizations and agencies is coming to me about their contracts not being signed and all of that. And hopefully we get it together. I know you got a lot on your plate, Emily.
No, I was going to say I have
you
one
don't
staff
got
person.
You don't got that much on your plate?
Oh, I have lots on my plate.
Oh, well, if you don't, let's find $300,000 by Monday. All right, good. Yay, me.
Any other discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So it sounds like we all have like some reservations going on with this. So maybe it's just best if we postpone this table to do something with it. Because I don't want to necessarily say no to like the youth and the extra job training, but again, there's other things in this category that we can fund. And then also to Councilman Pfeiffer's point of if we can see sites that will be selected, stuff like that, to give us just a little bit more to work with, then this might be an easier thing for us to vote on. So let's not just completely kill it, but we also should not necessarily try to move forward with this tonight either.
Do you have a motion?
I'm trying to think of the best motion to make for this. Because if you have sites, will that help you make a decision or?
Request for information.
Go ahead.
Your
I
request.
think that adding and going through the process would be substantially different resolution, so I'm up for killing this because it's gonna be substantially different being revised, so obviously.
So basically just bring it back in a different way with the information you want. Is everybody, I want, because it sounds like we're all on the same page, so I want to make sure that whatever we decide is not going to make sense.
I'm sorry. I was looking at the message. What was that?
I said I just want to make sure whatever we decide is going to make sense, because my thought was just to have them bring it back with the information that we want, but Dennis is saying it's only going to make sense if it's just killed, because it's going to be substantially different anyway.
Yep.
Okay, so we're not saying, Emily, we're not saying no to the job program, we're just saying we need more than what is presented before us. So this resolution as is not gonna go anywhere, but, you know, feel free to bring it back differently.
I will pass that on, thank you.
Yeah, so I guess the motion I'm making is to, no motion? Oh, never mind, I guess we'll just vote on it, let it die, you can bring it back differently. All right, thank you.
Point of information, Davina, if we vote no on this motion to send it to council, does it stay on our agenda?
I'm going to say the new precedent that's been set. If it fails, it's gone.
Okay, this is the vote. Or unless there's any other discussion. This is the vote to send to.
Yeah, real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
Emily, just to be clear, and maybe you know this or you don't know this. Sorry, there has been no solicitation for these 5 to 7 nonprofits, or there has been?
Not that I'm aware of.
So we're talking more than 30 days before this comes back anyways with actual nonprofits that have applied, correct? So we haven't even came up with a process to solicit some of these? Is that what I'm hearing?
There's the definition of who can apply, but I am not aware of a solicitation yet.
So do you know why that this was even brought to us before the solicitation?
I believe the mayor is excited to push youth job training this summer. So I'm sorry, I wish Shelley or Clyde were here. I'm sorry, I haven't been a part of these conversations.
Okay, I just want to make sure that I was hearing what I was hearing. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? Hearing none, this is the resolution, this is the vote to send 240124 to council. It's the vote to send it to council.
Mr. Adams?
Abstain.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Murphy Carter?
No.
Yes.
Mr. Shea?
Yes.
No. No.
Where we at?
The vote is 1 yes, 4 no, 1 abstention.
1 yes, 4 no, 1 accept.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm making a motion that we hear the food bank before.
I was going to,
I move to properly support it, ma'am.
That's all you can do now.
I was going to postpone my discussion till next time.
Well, praise the Lord.
Well, postpone it and let's go.
Okay, so I'm ordering, postponement 240127 without
Without objection,
objection. Yeah, get this way after this sort of time.
Get your brain right.
Okay, so let's go ahead and the food market. All right, this is a 20-minute special order to discuss the Northland Food Market. That was your request, Mr.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I would implore the chair that they've been here for 7 hours. If we run over 20 minutes, please be lenient.
Don't be cutting them off, is what he's saying. No.
All right, I'll be lenient. Don't take advantage. Go ahead.
Good evening to the council. Thank you for allowing me to come up here and speak to you guys. Once again, my name is Arlene Wilborn, and I am the general manager for the North Flint Food Market. Currently, right now at the food market, we are 99.9% done with our construction as well as our equipment installation. So what's going on next is operating. We want to hire 38 individuals. We also want to make sure it's hospital clean because the Department of Ag won't allow us to bring food in unless we have everything that is clean from top to bottom. And then we have to train all of our individuals. My leadership staff will be trained 10 weeks of training, full-timers will be trained 8 weeks, and our part-time team members will be staggered in for training. So that's where we're at in the process, and I'm just here to ask for the ARPA funding of $300,000 that was submitted to you guys some time ago, and the application was complete.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
Good evening, thank you for staying. It's almost midnight, so I don't know.
Is it really?
Yeah, so like happy Wednesday / happy Thursday. Thank you for staying. Just a couple of questions. How will the organization plan to spend the funds? So if we give you the $300K, will that bring this to fruition for you?
With the other sources, yes, it will bring it to fruition.
Okay, so we're gonna walk me through this. You get the $300K from us. Your opening date would then be what day?
It would be 4 months after all the resources have been solidified, and then we start the 4-month process.
Okay. So with the $300K that we're giving you, what is that going toward to?
It's going towards our operation costs, which includes hospital cleaning. We have to hire a professional team to come in there and clean. Why? Because the Department of Ag, I want to be able to show them this is how we had it clean. So that's part of it, as well as the training. So training will include payroll. So we're trying to hire 38 individuals to help me with the store. And then of course, inventory. We have to get inventory in the store. So when you include the inventory, hospital clean, payroll, and working capital, that's what it's going towards.
All right, and so you said that not just this $300K, but then you will also need another funding source that's gonna go with this. And then the 4-month window starts after the second funding source. Is this other funding source contingent upon us giving you the $300K? Is this like a matching funding thing? Like how are you sure that you will get the other funding as well?
Because they have helped us out in the past through this whole project. So they're through RoofMont and CSMont.
Okay, and so is it guaranteed though? So if are they saying to you, if the city puts that $300K skin in the game, then we will get you over the rest of the way?
From my understanding, it will happen.
Not really, yes or no? Okay, I'll yield.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Here's my struggle. My struggle is how does this sustain itself if you need funding and money to even start operating? What does that 3-month cash flow look like if you have low sales? Like, what is the sustainability of, and how long does this said dollar amount get you? Does it just get you into opening day? Or is it 30 days past the opening? What is this current fundraising expected to pay for?
It will go towards hospital cleaning.
I understand that you said that, but does this only give you enough money to get to opening day? And then after opening day, you're out of money again?
No.
That's what I'm asking. How long does this give you? 30 days of payroll past opening? 60 days of payroll past opening?
The $300,000 will barely get the payroll. That's why we need the RoofMont and CSMont. They're coming together to help with the opening costs and after. So the $300,000 that we're asking for in the ARPA funding will go towards those 4 categories.
And what is the current shortfall that you guys are asking for from all of the organizations to get you open?
For operating costs, it would be 1.9.
So you're saying that Matt's gonna give you another 1.6?
According to what is in front of them through CSMI and RoofMI, yes.
I would be more comfortable if that came to the city as a grant, and then we matched a grant or something to finalize that. No offense, we've been talking about this grocery store for 2+ years. So I would like to see dollars from Mott or saying that they're going to do this before we give dollars. We do it all the time with them. They're saying, okay, we're going to give 1.6 if you match 300,000 of it or something like that. I would feel more comfortable along those lines. And I guess that's all I have to say right now, because we don't have a resolution in front of us to look at.
Thank you very much. Is there any other questions? Go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just thinking, I would like to see the guarantee from the My Foundation and the Roof Foundation before we give our 300,000. I understand what the 300,000 will go towards, but I'm also concerned about sustainability. You know, after the 300,000, how are you guys gonna really open? If you're using the 300,000 for, you know, the cleanup and all of the things that you listed.
With the sources that we listed in the ARPA request, according to what I'm being told, that 300,000 will be over the next 3 years. It will be leveraged over the next 3 years.
Okay.
And that was listed in the budget, I truly believe. You have it in front of you?
We don't have, do we have anything?
We don't have anything.
Yeah, we don't have anything. So that's why, I guess that's why we're asking.
So the ARPA application is not?
The ARPA application was not complete online. We did
Yeah,
receive.
we don't have anything. We don't have anything. So if we could possibly get that information, that would help tremendously.
I mean, I have a completed application right here, and that was given to you guys last meeting.
Was it?
I know it's late, but I saw my copy.
I probably still have.
I don't think I've seen anything.
Yeah, I don't know, I'm not sure, but
do you want this copy?
Yeah, they did give us, I passed it out to everyone.
I have it in an email.
okay, you have it in email?
That Reggie sent it to me. I can send it to Davina to send to everyone.
Yeah, can you do that?
Just a second. Oops, just a second, trash.
All right.
I'm done, thanks.
Chair.
Just a second, I'm typing this email. Okay, go ahead.
How much of the ARPA funding have you guys received at all?
0.
So, out of the 94 million that we received, you guys have not received any funding?
From our funding, 0.
So the point that I'm trying to make is we have gave several organizations funding more than once that probably will not be able to sustain themselves down the line, and once the ARPA funding go away, that they're gonna be looking at coming back down here, and they probably gonna have a whole group of people with asking for funding. So when we talk about how will this grocery store sustain themselves, they have a better chance at sustaining themselves than these other organizations that we done gave ARPA funds for that does not have a track record.
Request for information.
What's your request?
But according to Judy, they didn't complete the application, so they weren't even on the ARPA approved list.
So, thank you for that. You know, help me be great at what I do. So, could y'all explain to us what happened with the application process and the application that we received versus the applications y'all submitted online? Why was it a discrepancy when it come down to Zoom 10 that you guys didn't complete the application versus y'all completed the application? So can we clear that up?
Well,
did y'all complete the application?
It's right here, every line item is completed, there's no empty spaces nowhere, so there is not, it's not saying anywhere where this is incomplete.
Was y'all notified that the application was incomplete?
No.
Have y'all submitted this complete, is the application that you guys gave us last week, is that a completed application?
Correct. It's not.
It is the completed application? So
Request for information.
Yeah.
What's your request?
Through you, can you ask the chair what determined an incomplete application?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I've actually, just a second, let me get this up, find it. Right.
You need to come on, because we got 6 minutes left and you're on some time, so why do you,
Oh, I wanna know what the
No,
incomplete application
yes,
is. So we
I mean, because that was one of the questions, the application was
Okay.
incomplete, so we need to clear it up. And you guys did submit it, so if you got an incomplete application, but you just got a resolution right here for $200,000 for a person that didn't even submit an application, so which one, we can't have it both ways. We just was for this approved for $200,000.
Would you like me to?
Yeah,
Thank you. Okay, so, under the application number is 1153, and it's for the North Flint Reinvestment Corp. And the DBA organization is blank. The risk indicator, I believe, Emily, was the risk indicator something that Ernst & Young filled in?
That is correct.
Thank you. Project description says, please fill in information. Where's it? But proposed budget says $300,000. Matching funds, please fill in information. Is this a new or existing request? New. Application type, increased food access. COVID-19 minority population, please fill in information. Geographic area, Ward 1, project duration, 0. Community grant, and that's, I added that column, so that's what their application says.
So that's the
And that's
application.
it, everybody has that spreadsheet, it's in that spreadsheet.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Through you to the speaker, back to you.
Go ahead, it's getting late.
It seems like we have maybe conflicting applications, so are we saying that they, are we saying that they have something different than what you have?
Yes. that what was filled out, through the application process. Emily, I'm calling you up, please.
So,
You almost got out. We did.
In request for information, I'm sorry, but didn't we, or allegedly go back and tell people that their application was incomplete or missing information? How did they not be notified that they were incomplete?
I think they were told that.
We,
I think that was supposed to be the plan. Our body's
I
not
can
hearing
say that, no, that was not it.
Don't go away, Emily.
I'm sorry, I interrupted the question.
Yeah. So, Emily, can you please explain where the data came from in the spreadsheet? Because I think you had part of that, parts of information from the administration side, rather than me saying it as a councilperson.
Applications were due last March, and it was in a portal that Ernst & Young created, and there was technical assistance providers that were hired by the Community Foundation to help organizations apply. Applications were submitted, and then there was the ARPA committee, and all of that was handled by Ernst & Young, and then the portal itself still exists, and anytime any of us have asked questions, they let us log in and pull information, and so the information that I pull shows an incomplete application for this. I don't know the communication that happened. I agree, Councilman Pfeiffer, that if there were incomplete applications last March, they should have caught that in the portal and reached out to the organizations, and I wasn't working here at that point, I'm sorry.
Can't keep using that as an
I know.
excuse.
How many applications total were there?
In the food access category or overall, I think like 200 some.
And this is the only incomplete application. What is your point
yeah,
of information?
yeah, that was my question. Of all of the applications that were submitted, this was the only incomplete, and the other question to this too is, well, how come the system didn't tag it and say you cannot submit this application because it's incomplete? I don't understand.
That's a question we can ask Ernst & Young when they're here too.
Yeah.
Next Monday.
So it didn't tag you and say you didn't answer this question?
Nothing. It was when Dr. Flynn contacted Judy, and that's when she said it was incomplete.
Wow.
When she said that it was incomplete, is that when you guys was able to go and
pull up the
application that Michelle sent in?
This was the PDF we already had saved from the portal when it was submitted last March. So from our end, we showed a full complete application. Yeah.
When it was
submitted last March, not time. Correct.
And because the application was incomplete, that was one of the red flags. And then Judy, I would like for you to talk about the budget detail, because I know when me and you have a conversation, you always tell me that y'all request financial statements that they don't. So could you elaborate on that?
Well, I have looked, number one, I've looked at a couple of the income tax 990s, and I've had some questions in that the North Flint Reinvestment Corp doesn't indicate that the co-op is a activity that they participate in, or the construction of this. It's only lists the school and something else I can't remember because I don't have it in front of me. And now I know that there is another 501, I don't know if it's a C3 or another organization that has to file a 990. It hasn't been filed yet because the organization was too new the last time I looked for it to have had one uploaded and reported on, and the IRS haven't put on their website yet. I just figured it was too soon to
make a motion to give them 10 minutes.
There's a motion on the floor to increase the time by 10 minutes. Support. Any discussion?
No discussion.
No discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
So are you referring to the North Flint Ventures? Because that's the entity that is the,
I didn't even remember the name, I knew it was North Flint something.
is North.
But I had looked it up and I had seen that, because I'd seen it on another document. So that was a concern that I had, but
Can I explain the North Flint Ventures?
Go ahead.
Okay, so this entity is a support corporation to the NFRC and serves as the new markets tax credit borrower and the real estate of the holding company. So that is the entity that I believe that you were referring to.
Yeah, probably.
Yep.
So, but there was concerns about several of those financial implications. But my biggest thing is, you know, maybe we can get some answers from Dupree Wright, but I have spoken, not Dupree Wright, Ernst & Young, and I have spoken to them about this issue, and they said we've received all the information that came through the portal. Yeah, I know, no one can answer the question.
No, and that's just like a gray area, but in the meantime, we have a store that's going to open, that's going to service not just the north side, but the entire community, because we need to have healthy food in our community for our children as well as our adults. And currently right now, we have a bunch of Family Dollars, we have Dollar Generals, and we have Dollar Trees. They don't support healthy food. And currently right now, our children is in need of healthy foods in their diets. We all know this, but yet we're not doing enough to get it to the community.
So this budget that's in that application, you're talking that you need it for deep cleaning and things like that. Do you have a dollar amount? Do you have a budget for that? Because what we've got now, what was in that application, doesn't fit what you're looking at now.
For the professional team that comes in there is 50 cents per square foot. But keep in mind, that was last year quotes.
Right.
So I'm assuming that
like I said earlier, it's been 10 months since even the review process has been done, so yeah.
But with that being said, it has to be done because we have to make sure, you know, we don't want to bring any food in. Because for me, when I'm consuming any food, I want to make sure I know that the surface is clean and well sanitized. So, of course, we want to make sure that all of our food, when you walk into the store, you want to know that it's clean. You want to smell that when you walk through the door. So that is what's on the table for the professional to come in and sanitize their store.
Any other discussion? Anybody else?
Yes.
Yeah.
So this is basically, will this be considered gap funding that we will be?
It was applied under increased food access.
It was applied under increased food. So is there a possibility for us to move that, even though they applied to fund the food access?
I think gap is overspent.
Gap is overspent. So what I'm saying, is there any unspent ARPA funding that we can utilize to move some money to help them with what they're trying to do? Because if we can do a resolution like this with our application process for $200,000, we should be able to do our application for $300,000.
We just dropped that.
We just got this. I know we didn't.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Couldn't we help by providing them funds to hire youth the way that this program is asking for?
I mean, I'm just saying.
One thing though,
We're the legislature.
hiring youth,
We're the legislature. That would be administrative.
I'm asking a question. I'm just asking.
Go ahead, sir.
But for minors to work in a store, there's only certain areas of the store that they can work in because of the fact of minor laws, and then work around power equipment, they cannot do that. Just
Is there a possibility that you guys could submit us a detailed, itemized budget, specifically where the $300,000 that asks for the $300,000 as well?
so what's in here is not sufficient enough.
You're asking for totally different funding, reason for funding. That, part of that, I believe, is construction.
Actually, no. It's for HR coordination, employee payroll, benefits.
Okay. I glanced at it. It's been a while since I looked at it.
Is that what you guys gave us last week?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm trying to figure out is, can we find some unspent ARPA funding, to help them with what they need to do? It look like we can find money for other stuff, so, the compliance firm will be, compliance firm be here Monday?
It was asked to be here.
It was asked, but we don't know for sure.
They will come.
They will be here Monday?
If Bill asks them.
Do y'all think we need to, bring this up to them? Because it sounds as if they put in the application and there was a glitch somewhere in the submission, and you guys, somebody didn't get a complete application, and we see this for application that y'all pulled off of the same application that y'all submitted. So
Request for information.
What's your request?
Does the speaker know that he can submit that to them at any point in time before Monday and get his answer? He doesn't have to wait until Monday?
Submit what?
What you're asking for. You're saying, like, if Ernst & Young is gonna be here Monday, maybe you can ask them this Monday, and I'm saying that you can submit that to them at any point in time. You don't have to wait until Monday if you don't want to.
You should have a contact number.
I should have. Have you guys, talked to the compliance firm at all about, when y'all found out that the application was incomplete, did you guys reach out to them?
I cannot answer that part, but the person who has completed this, ARPA grant has done over.
Is it a possibility that you guys could reach out to them by Monday to talk about this glitch of this application that y'all submitted that they said was not complete?
Request for information.
What's your request?
Mr. Murphy, I don't know if Ernst & Young is set up to talk to individual applicants. I would say that they need to talk to administration, or you select or talk to Ernst & Young.
Who y'all best, help me out here.
Ernst & Young, just email them when you're trying to ask them.
I would forward that email that we just got from Davina with the application and ask them the first question. Why is this information different than what we just downloaded from the portal?
I don't know that email you're talking about.
She just sent it.
So, Madam Young, or Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Well, you gotta go
Sure.
get educated.
I'm gonna make a
2
motion
days
to adjourn.
I'm sorry. 30 more.
Motion on the floor to adjourn is to support. Support.
Stop the clock.
I'll support that.
We love it.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? We're adjourned.
Michelle, what does that?
Okay, so we got not adjourned.
Means you can't just leave them standing there like
I know, I'm just saying.
Oops.
There was a motion on the floor, I have to. Okay, what are we gonna do? What's the wish of this body? Quincy, do you want to?
Request for information.
What's your request?
I guess nobody has a floor anymore because y'all made a motion, but Quincy, are you going to forward the email to Ernst & Young and ask the question? Because I know you have questions and it's specifically for them.
I guess I'm trying to, could we move this to finance, the next finance, move this,
We're in the middle of a discussion. And so what you can do to get your answer is just go ahead and ask Ernst & Young. And then that'll resolve what you need and it'll resolve it before Monday.
so you saying that Pfeiffer, I hear what you're saying, so Pfeiffer, you saying it's not appropriate for them to reach out to
Ernst & Young will only speak to us or the administration.
It's not appropriate.
I never had a conversation.
No. I honestly, I would have Davina or Judy give them your phone number and have Brian call you. Just have Brian call you.
You know, it's better for him to call Brian because I'll just send
Either way.
Either way, you reach out.
I'll just
send
send I'll forward you an email from Brian.
Yeah, let me get with them and then I'll get with you guys and then I'll talk to Ernst & Young to see if we can get some clarity on this application process that you guys submitted because it's a glitch somewhere in the application process. And thank you so much for not adjourning this meeting because I think we need to resolve this situation with Ernst & Young. So I'm gonna try to do this tomorrow and have an answer by Monday, hopefully. I'm not sure what their time frame or schedule or what they have on their plate. But I'm going to try to get this answer from you guys on what happened with this glitch. I would love to be able to get you guys together so y'all can figure it out because on one hand, they saying that the application wasn't completed, but on another hand, you guys giving us an application, but then on the other hand, we got an application for $200,000 for something, and thank you so much for whoever put this resolution together, because this gives us a resolve that this resolution was for $200,000 for an application that wasn't even submitted at all, and we was just about to get ready to vote on something. So rather it was a glitch, it wasn't a glitch. You guys still run your application.
Forms lots.
So, quick question, do we have to report back on Monday?
That's okay, we can keep going because this is no action item.
Well, we can't do an action item on anyway, so we can keep going.
We can keep going. So say that again, I'm sorry.
They're trying to figure out what their next step is. And so you all are gonna get with Brian, and this is gonna happen before Monday. And then they just need to know, Councilman Murphy, you'll call them and let them know how they proceed from there. Because after he speaks with Brian, he'll know if we're gonna do another discussion item for this, and you all can show up and we'll go from there. So
And I'll email them this complete application. Shachelle, I think did you email? No, you didn't email it to me. You emailed it to me.
We can email it to you. It's no problem.
You emailed me that complete application, then I'll forward it to Ernst & Young so they can look at this complete application. And
okay. We'll have it
if
tomorrow.
they need to reach out to y'all to see what the glitch was, or I guess I need to figure out why they didn't even contact you guys if it was a glitch and something, or how did y'all was able to still submit and it was an incomplete application.
Okay, we'll send you the completed application tomorrow.
Okay.
I would also request that we can still get a copy of the leverage funds from MOP that they're going to provide, that you said that they are. I mean,
oh yeah.
That would help me out a lot.
Even if it's a letter of support, probably, you know.
No. I want to see that they're going to provide.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The remaining funds or whatever that you folks need. Thank you.
I
Thank
think
you.
that might not be possible to get it from both foundations by Monday.
No, it's not, you don't necessarily have to do it by Monday, so,
Okay.
I think what's happening is communication is bad, it's not clear.
Sure.
So what's going to happen here is Quincy's gonna work on talking to them about your application, why you weren't properly notified, the proper steps, we will still be in right, whatever questions he has. And in the meantime of him working with them and talking to them, and he's gonna get back with you either way. But in the meantime of that, you should at least work on getting that information from the other funding sources that they will indeed fund you. And that will probably help us make a decision for you one way or the other, regardless of what Ernst & Young says, but we still want to investigate this part. So he's gonna do his part. We'll give you a call to let you know when you should be back, if you should be back with that information, and we can go from there.
We'll have to. Right.
Thank you.
Thank you all for
Okay,
staying,
thanks
thank you for your
staying.
patience.
Thank you. Next time, Quincy, sit there and say, I object. I had to go with where it goes on the agenda. I couldn't move it anywhere. And then you sit there and you say I did it on purpose, and I didn't.
I don't know his name, but I know he also needs some clarity of life.
Stop arguing.
Bless your heart.
All right,